Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Today is April 23rd and the Board of Commissioners workshop agenda setting meeting is called to order at 2 p.m. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Black.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Weinstein.
Here.
Commissioner Andrews.
Here.
Commissioner Douther.
Present.
The next item on the agenda is public comment. Well, before I get to that, I just want to alert everyone that item G, intercoastal waterways, is being moved up to the item B, the second item on the agenda. As far as public comment, we'll open that now. This is only for items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on those items, you may after those topics come up. Please address the podium and state your name and address and speak clearly and distinctly. Anyone wish to speak? Okay, public comment is now closed. The first item is the Board of Commissioners Policy Handbook.
Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Commissioners, this item before you this afternoon is to discuss the policy handbook that you are required by charter to adopt 90 days following the election. The anticipated adoption date of your rules would be on June 10th of 2019. The board was provided a draft document that was edited by the city clerk and myself on March 19th, 2019, and we're here this afternoon to discuss some of the items contained in the policy manual. One of the things that we think is germane to the conversation that we discuss at this particular moment, and then we'll go back through certain elements that the board would like to see changed, modified, or altered, is the Roberts Rules of Order. I don't know if you all have been following some of the things that have transpired in other government entities throughout the state of Florida, but Roberts Rules of Order is something that is a procedural process that entities adopt as a way of doing business. There has been some challenges that have occurred as a result of government entities not following Roberts Rules of Order. So today we have a representative here, Ms. Ann Giverson, I believe, that is a parliamentarian to speak specifically to that particular section that is found on page 22 in your packet. But if you have just the rules for the board members, it's page 16 and it is item 2. So at this time, Ms. Ann, if you can help us discuss that particular aspect of our policy manual. Thank you.
Certainly. I didn't read your policy handbook, especially in that regard. And one of the first things I noticed is that you say you're adopted a parliamentary authority as the Roberts Rules of Order, newly revised 10th edition. I'm going to break the news to you that they're just about to publish the 12th edition. So if at the time you adopt this as your parliamentary authority, best thing to put in your rules is the most current edition, so then you never have to worry about the number again. But the bottom line is, how in the world is Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, still relevant? It's 128 years old, maybe a little bit more by now. But I would say to you that meeting procedures today are more important now than they ever were before. After all, just take a look at what's going on in our country with the lack of civility in meetings, the confusion perhaps about rules. People don't know what to do and how to behave in a meeting. And yet we have more meetings in America than ever before. There's board meetings, association meetings, legislative meetings, churches meet, condominiums meet, churches, and I already said churches, but all sorts of groups meet all the time. And believe it or not, courts have held that all organizations, no matter what type, including governmental, are subject to the rules and principles of parliamentary procedure, of parliamentary law, actually. All organizations must observe proper rules when they're meeting in order to transact their business. Most organizations in America, over 85%, have adopted Robert's Rules of Order newly revised as their parliamentary authority. You might think, well, we can just set up rules as we want as we go along. But the problem with that is, since you already know now that you have to follow at least common parliamentary law, well, what is it? And it stems from a long, long time ago. I would imagine even back in the times of the cavemen, they probably had some parliamentary procedure. But of course, that's not documented, so we don't know for sure. But we do know for sure that they did in ancient Greece, the cradle of democracy. And we do like to say that parliamentary procedure provides you the tools of democracy. So in Athens and in Sparta, they developed rules of parliamentary procedure so that their meetings would proceed in an orderly, civil, and fair fashion. And that's generally the major benefits of having adopted rules of procedure that you follow. Your meetings tend to be shorter, they tend to be more civil, they're more fair, they're more effective, and you get more accomplished if you have a set of rules that you all agree to that you will follow. So what is parliamentary procedure, or as we like to say, parliamentary law? It's the means by which, the methodology by which you make decisions. It is not synonymous with Robert's Rules of Order. There's plenty of other parliamentary manuals if you don't like Robert's. You could use the Standard Code of Parliamentary Procedure. There's also Demeter's Manual, which is no longer being updated, or Mason's Manual of Legislative Bodies, which the Florida legislature fairly well follows, but not always. So with all those manuals out there, as I said, Roberts is the one that's most commonly adopted, and the major reason for that is he's pretty much thought, or the authors have, they've pretty much thought of every possibility you might encounter in a meeting. And they have a rule or a practice that would cover that most efficiently for you in your meeting. It seems kind of like a big book, and it is. It's about that thick. There's over 600 and some pages in it. It's an awful lot to learn. But it's been simplified, and in most meetings, for people like you and me, we don't need everything that's in that book. And so they have published a very simplified version. It's called Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, in brief. And it is, in fact, in brief. There's only about 90 pages in here. It's a really simple matter for anybody to learn what's in these 90 pages and apply them to most meetings. The other thing that I think is wonderful about Robert's Rules of Order is that you can customize it. You don't have to slavishly follow what's in Roberts, and you're not stuck with that 100%, even if you adopt that as your parliamentary authority. You are allowed to customize that and set up your own special rules of order that would override what's in Roberts. And also, in addition to that, whatever is in the state statute already overrides what's in Roberts. That's a much higher authority, and you would go to that first before you would turn to Roberts. But Roberts, then, the full book, does have a full spectrum of rules that you can apply to your organization. You can customize any part of that you don't like or doesn't seem to fit you. And the other thing I particularly like is about 20 years or so ago, they did develop rules for small boards. That's boards of your size. If you're less than 12, you don't have to be quite so formal. The rules are more relaxed, and you can be a little less formal. The chairman can speak, make motions, and speak in debate and vote. And so there's less restriction on the chairman. You also are not limited to the number of times you can speak, although you certainly do have to wait your turn and be recognized and follow some of those other rules. But it's really, when you just learn a few simple basics, it's really pretty easy to follow what's in Roberts. So the degree of formality that you want to use in your meetings is really up to you. For a more contentious meeting, it's really good to be a little bit stricter, a little bit more formal. But for normal course of business, operating under Robert's Rules of Order, just relies on remembering a few simple rules. And we are going to have a workshop next month on Robert's Rules of Order so that you can learn what you need to know to run your meetings well. So in conclusion, I would just say that I think it is an excellent parliamentary authority. You don't have to adopt that one. You could write all your own rules, but why in the world would you want to sit down and figure them all out when somebody else already did it for you? And knowing that you can customize it to your own council and that other things will override it. If you create a special rule, it will override what's in Roberts. Your state statutes already override what's in Roberts. Just remember, if you do adopt it, to make it the words the most current edition. I don't know if they have time for questions, Clara.
Certainly.
All right, thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I think for the purposes of being conscientious of the time and the items we have on the agenda, staff is prepared to answer any questions or provide any clarifications on any sections that you would like to see altered, modified, or addressed. So if it is the pleasure of the board, we can go by each of the sections, or we can have each individual board member articulate the sections, and then we can work through it that way, whichever your preference is. That is correct with the policy handbook.
Do you want to just go through it like page at a time? Is that good? Okay.
Or should each, or do you want each?
I think it'd be easier
Okay,
to do
that's
one
fine.
page at a time.
Okay, one page at a time, okay.
So, starting with city charter duties, I will start with that one, because that's on the first page. And I was just wondering, it says, it crossed out, the mayor may issue proclamations and award the key to the city, but it doesn't say who would be doing that. Does anyone know that?
I'm sorry, Maggie, please go back. Where were you? I know that you're on, I
Page
know you're on
7.
page 3, but page 4?
7.
Page 7,
Okay,
okay.
page 7.
Under city charter duties, mayor, and it's the last item under there.
It is, that is addressed, and it's, I believe that's addressed as under recognized as official head of the city of Madeira Beach, up on the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet. Look up at the 4th bullet and see if that,
Well, that's not the same as signing proclamations or issuing proclamations and awarding the key to the city.
We can leave that in there if you want to.
Yeah.
It's fine with me, it just
Yeah.
needs to be addressed, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we were thinking that it was the 4th bullet, like.
right,
everyone did
I
was
interpreted,
talking about.
I guess, the 4th bullet to include presentations and proclamations, but it probably should be spelled out. I mean, if we're trying to be really clear and concise and everything,
And
so
it's
it should be
another
spelled out in the
section.
4th bullet.
It's in another section of this manual
What
that we'll
section?
get to as well.
I agree with that, City Clerk. Can we add that to the 4th bullet and not, okay? Is
So
that
we have a
okay?
consensus to do that?
Presentations and proclamations.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Anything else on page 7?
Yeah, I got a question. On page 5, number 6, it says inappropriate behavior can lead to removal. Language was added in this section to address the pledge of civility. What is inappropriate behavior, number 1, and who can remove you?
What page are you on?
Page 5 at the top, under commission,
Oh, got it.
conduct with board and committees.
Okay.
Who can remove you? If you're an elected official, who can remove you? Or are we talking remove just from that particular day? Are we talking about remove permanently? Who can remove you?
That's a good question, because I was told that you cannot be removed. simply because you're not following the pledge.
City Attorney?
From what I've researched in the code, it's going to be a vote amongst the commissioners in regards to removal of another commissioner based on either ethic violations or inappropriate behavior that you deem sufficient. So it would still be a vote between you guys to,
So we can vote out an elected official?
there has to be a basis behind it. You can't just create a vote.
I understand that.
Yes,
I'm just saying.
but ultimately it is a vote between the commissioners to remove someone based on ethical violations or inappropriate behavior.
And Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, it's also requires probably, and it's maybe not articulated here, a due process hearing or something.
Absolutely, absolutely. The way I see it is you would cite this person, give them an opportunity to respond, and then make a decision based on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this goes out to page 16 with what Commissioner Douthat's talking about. Yeah, I mean, it's really loosely written, and I mean, I think that creates a lot of craziness here. Pledge of civility, I mean, we will always show respect to one another, and, you know, I mean, they're nice things. We will refrain from personal attacks. I mean, you know, so if the board is swayed one way or another, if one particular party's in power, I mean, we could bring this up every meeting. I just, you know, putting in the Pledge of Civility and the mission and vision statement into this now, to me seems like we're creating a lot of trouble for ourselves, not for anything else. I mean, you know, if you guys want to talk about it deeper, I'll be more than happy to get into it with you guys, but I think that this is a really, really bad statement to make. You can put them on the wall over there and people can walk by them and they look great, but to put these actually into your code of conduct and somebody being removed because we will direct all comments to the issue before us. Well, I mean, if somebody yells point of order, okay, well, I mean, you're not talking about the issue in front of you. Is that enough to get you kicked off the board? It's really, really too loosely written for me. Just my opinion.
Mayor, I think that it definitely should be included. I don't know that the wording is the way I like it, okay? But I think that we need to work on that. And City Attorney, when we're talking, when it says commission conduct with boards and committees, I did have a question mark by that, okay? And I know you're not as familiar with this as our regular city attorney, but that means to me that if a commission member or what I get out of it is if a commission member attends a board meeting or attends a committee meeting, okay, and there's inappropriate language used or somebody is really attacking someone else on a personal nature or something, that's when this is used. It's not, is it part of our board meeting right now?
Yes, so in your code already, you have, for example, ethical violations based on the state, right? You guys kind of dealt with that. This is as a way to reprimand someone in the meeting itself, not from actions outside the meeting, but rather their conduct in the actual commission meeting amongst the board. So I hope that answers your question, but it is currently right now, if this was part of your code, that's exactly what it would pertain to.
Okay, well, I have seen this used in this commission about maybe 30 years ago or something, okay? Back when, you know, when I attended commission meetings in a different, you know, scenario. But yes, we have removed, board members have been removed from sitting on the dais if there was some explosive issue that was not addressed in the proper manner. So that's still, this is what that really means.
Correct, and I think what may help clarify some of this is, I feel like the worry is you're gonna have one chance, emotions get high in these situations, and people don't wanna be worried about how they're gonna express themselves. So it may be beneficial for you guys to maybe say, you know, after 2 offenses or after a warning has been issued and it comes up again, then you can address it. But to say after 1 time you're gonna address it, I can understand why there's some reserve there.
Put a question mark by that and still address it at our next, when we're talking about it. Again, we don't have to, we can think about it and not make the final decision right now as to how that's to be handled, but put a question mark by it and decide how we want to address inappropriate behavior. If we want two warnings and then, hey, wait a minute, this is just getting too much, at 2 separate meetings, and then, you know, get rid of that.
Well, since we're updating this, we should really, it's appropriate to change it now. And I agree, it's too broad-based, I mean, inappropriate behavior. I mean, like you said, it should be like, say, 3 warnings or something like that.
There's 5 of us up here, and we all have 5 different personalities. We're all not going to agree on everything all the time. In fact, majority of the time, we're not going to agree on things. So, you know, I feel like inappropriate behavior needs to be identified exactly. What are you looking for? You know, are you looking for someone who's going to sit up here and I'm going to cuss Debbie out, you know, or I'm going to get up and smack Maggie or something? You know, I won't do that, you know, but, you know, I mean, that kind of stuff would be the inappropriate behavior. But again, you know, there are 5 different people up here, 5 different personalities. We're not going to agree on everything. And to be able to express how we feel about a subject or an item on the agenda, it's all right to talk about it. So just because we all don't agree doesn't mean that we're all misbehaving. We're just
That's not what we're-
expressing everything. So the inappropriate behavior needs to be identified exactly what is inappropriate behavior.
I don't think you'll ever be able to come down and say, this is inappropriate and this isn't, you know. I think that going to be a case-by-case thing. But I agree with you, we have 5 different personalities. I agree that, you know, I think it's, if somebody stands up here and says something very vulgar or something very inappropriate at the other members or at a resident, I think that's more like what I was thinking. Not, you know, you stating your opinion about ABC, and then Maggie states hers about ABC, and it's completely different. Not like that, you know. That's not inappropriate behavior at all. And I agree with you that, you know, we are 5 different people, and we all have our different thoughts on how we want to address things. You know, I just think, like, it goes back to the civility thing, you know, just be polite to the other people. Say, hey, I disagree with you, let's move on, you know, and then state your point. I agree. That is not inappropriate behavior at all. But to try to list exactly what inappropriate behavior is, I think we'll never get there.
I think it's pretty much obvious when there is inappropriate behavior, and that can be noted, and as amendment, as I said, we could say, if that is noted X, Y, Z times, then that person must do the dice.
And you as chairman, Mayor, should be that individual who notes that with the, correct?
Or our attorney.
Okay.
Madam
You know,
Mayor.
as long as, you know, you, Debbie, you said that the mayor should make that decision, but it's got to be consistent across the board with when, you know, if she makes a decision against me, then she needs, and Doug does the same thing, then she needs to make the same decision, or vice versa. I'm just saying, it needs to be consistent no matter what.
Madam Mayor, if I may, what we can do is get with the city attorney and try to define and provide some clarity to that, so it's not an ambiguous process and provides for a lot of self-interpretation. I think the more clarity we can provide in this section, I think the better off it is for all parties, because you want to have consistency in the application of that rule. So if you would allow for staff, we can work with our attorneys to bring you something to consider that speaks specifically to that, and then if it is a 2 or 3 warning process before you move into that, you'll have an opportunity to take a look at that, so we can bring that back to you for discussion on that particular section.
Seems agreeable. Okay.
On page 21, it does say the
What-
current
what
rules of order.
page?
Page 21, it does say
Oh,
the
wait a
rules of
minute, can we,
orders.
I'm not on 21 yet. Can we just go by page order?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Because I had some questions on page 9.
Okay.
Commission on Public Communications. This was the area, City Clerk, that we had discussed, that we had looked at the verbiage on this to be sure that it's consistent, where it says the Board of Commissioners will endeavor to inform and interact with the public in meaningful and respectful ways, okay, that convey accurate information using the following guidelines. And I suggest that on those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, on the bullets on all of those items, that we start with the same thing, the commission member, to make it really clear as to what is being said in that sentence, okay? Without, it is one time, and then start with an adverb the next time, but always start with the commission member and identify it that way. Is that okay?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
And there it does say under, oh, okay, that's public communications. Okay, so that's it for page 9. And I'll be glad to give you that, the wording that I have, city clerk, if you want, okay?
Do you have anything on page 10? Page 11?
Go back to page 10, because I have the word on number 1, the first paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line down. I want to make sure that except for the purposes of inquiries and investigations, the Board of Commissioners or its members shall not deal with the city officers and its employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager solely through the city manager, and neither the Board of Commissioners or its members shall not give, and that's not, there's something wrong with that sentence. Oh, I know. If you took out the word neither, do you see where I am, Ms. City Clerk? On the 7th line, and the Board of Commissioners or its members shall not give orders. If you leave out the word neither, I believe it will clarify that. Do you see where I am on that?
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, I believe, and the clerk can opine on that, I believe that's a direct quote from the actual charter. So that's why there was no deviation from the language that was communicated in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense in this part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. That's it. On 10.
Okay. Page 11, any changes, discussion? 12? 13?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I had a question on that. On number 4,
On page what?
I'm sorry, page 13.
Okay.
Number 4. We had talked about this before, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring it up, but we had spoken, designate a specified period of time for public comment, and we have a designated period of time, which is 3 minutes per speaker at the public forum. But then we had also discussed at previous workshops the idea of a presentation, hopefully to last 15 minutes, unless there's something in the nature of the presentation that requires more time. But for most presentations, do we want to do
I
that?
believe that's
or-
addressed further on. In
Yeah.
the-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I missed it there. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I probably got it there too. Thank you.
But it might say here on page 13, but since we already have a designated period, to say the designated period of time is 3 minutes.
For public comments or comments on an item that
For public
is before the
comment.
board for consideration, yeah.
Just add the 3 minutes, so it's.
We can do that.
Page 14, any comments? Page 15?
Madam Mayor, really quick, on the item that it says designate a specific period of time for public comments, 3 minutes. One of the things that you may want to actually provide a additional sentence that says that gives the board the flexibility to deviate from that, because in the situation where you have, let's say 200 people in here and they've all put in public comment cards, you may want to say public comments is a minute or 2 minutes or what have you, or you may want to lengthen public comment. In order for you to do that, if you put the 3 minutes in, now you would have to suspend your rules and then go back. So probably some additional language to that to give the board the flexibility based on the circumstance to deviate. That 3 minutes is basically the standard unless otherwise communicated by a majority vote of the board to deviate from that.
Mr. Evans, you just mentioned something in your little talk just now about comment cards. Did you want us to lean in that direction of comment cards instead of waiting for people to come to the podium to talk, to have someone call them?
I would prefer, if it is the board's pleasure, to have comment cards because it provides us the information of the address, the contact information for the individuals, and an opportunity for us to follow up. And then that would be something that the clerk would read off the name so we can have at least the next 3 or 4 speakers queued up to address the board. I think that ideally would be something that we should move towards.
Okay, so, City Clerk, is that something we need to add to this also then? The comment cards? Okay, thank you.
Well, do we have a consensus to do that? Yeah. Okay.
I like that.
Madam Mayor, if I may, real quick. It can't be a requirement, though. I just want to make that clear for the law. You can't require someone to sign a comment card, so I just want to make that clear for the clerk.
Any other changes to page 13? Page 14?
Let me ask the attorney a question. You said sign, but you can require them to fill it out, just not sign it?
You can't require them to fill it out either.
You can't require, okay.
Correct.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying.
Well, there are times when an individual might not have the use of their hand, okay, or, can't write for some reason. So, yeah, so that's right, you can't, it's the ADA.
Well, it's more of a suggestion in local governments.
Page 14 or 15, any changes?
I had a comment on 15, and it's on the first paragraph. I'm of the opinion, or I suggest, that the city letterhead should not be used, or should be prohibited unless signed by the entire commission, that no one city commissioner, no one elected official should use city stationery for any purpose. I think that there could be instances when an elected official might make an error in judgment, and it would, make an error in judgment in the language that's used to convey a message to a citizen or to a business. And I think it's just more prudent for that city letterhead not to be used by individual commissioners. Now, I don't know if that's done in other cities or what, but I just think it's worth considering. I just
feel like if we have to have all the city commissioners sign a statement that another commissioner does, that's part of the sunshine. You can't do that.
No, if it is a letter that goes out, then all to a citizen, for instance, or to a business, or something that the city, no, it wouldn't be in a sunshine violation at all, because it would be a letter that would be going out in response to something, okay, that maybe they want the consideration of the entire commission. But I don't think that an individual commissioner should use city stationery. That's all.
Madam Mayor, if I may, and also to the attorney, I believe that there is a statute that protects the city seal and potentially the city logo if the government entity adopts an ordinance that speaks to those specific elements. And from our research, we haven't done that. That is something that the city clerk and I have talked about, the possibility of bringing an ordinance forward to protect the city seal, because there is statutory protections afforded to government entities if they move. But I don't know about the logo, if we can do the same to protect it similar to that of the seal.
Well, what I've experienced with other cities is they'll actually go through the trademark process for their city logo, and they'll get a trademark through the state, which in turn can make you prevent people from using it. So that's usually the easiest route because it's a 2-page application. I think there's a $50 fee, and you get state approved, and anyone that uses it, you can prevent them or cease and desist or anything like that.
So if there is something that the board wants to provide the protections as far as the use, we can certainly move forward on the staff side to get it trademarked and then bring you an ordinance to protect the seal with respect to stationery, and that's basically a policy decision that you all have to determine, because there is requests that Board of Commissioners receive from Boys and Girls Clubs or, schools, a letter for someone coming in, or a veteran returning home and, a elected official wants to write a letter and those types of things. And in most cases, they coordinate that with the city clerk or the city manager's office to ensure that the content is appropriate for city business. But if you take away that opportunity, then what's going to happen is we would have to coordinate with, either the clerk and I would be the distribution of letters, or the mayor as the ceremonial head, and the head of government would be the one to put out those types of letters. And I've seen situations where it has been just abrogated to the authority of the mayor to execute any documents as such. But you do have the opportunity to do that as it stands now. But if the board wanted to regulate that, that is something that you should certainly consider as part of your policy manual.
Well, I think you're right. A lot of times the mayor does have to sign over, to address an email, not an email, I mean, on letterhead, specifically a certain situation, and it would be from the mayor, the head of the city. And there are times perhaps when commissioners may want to support something as well. And it probably a good idea would be that the city manager needs to review it.
That would be super, or the city clerk or city
Or city
manager,
manager,
because they
city
have the, that's right.
Yeah, the
Okay,
city clerk
that's
and
fine.
then the city manager can review.
I just don't think there should be any, you know, if someone uses poor judgment, it might be not really meaning to use poor judgment, okay? But an error has been made, and they're using city stationery, and they're expressing something that maybe shouldn't, is their personal opinion, okay? And it
Yeah.
shouldn't be on city. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
protect the city.
And what we can do is it can be reviewed by the city clerk and the city manager, and copied to the balance of the board, so you know what correspondence are out there.
All right, and any other changes that other than changing that language? Anything else on page 15? Page 16? 17?
Oh, Madam Mayor, on page 17, the last paragraph, number 2, where it says the city manager may be designated for such contact, since we have a public information officer, would that be appropriate to include the public information officer in that sentence? Because it's using a designated spokesman, yeah. Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Do we have a consensus to make that change? Do we have a consensus? Somebody? No? Do you agree with that change or not? Yes. Thank you. And all right, we have a consensus. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20.
Yes. Page 20. Yes, under policy general rules, if we'll go down to number 4, voting as set forth in the charter, ordinance, resolutions. That number 4 in the original charter on section 4.5C, it qualifies that 3 affirmative votes are needed and not the simple majority, and that failed. I mean, the idea of changing it from 3 affirmative votes to simple majority failed in the March 12th election, 723 to 442 votes. So that's worded incorrectly, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes,
So it
I
needs to
think
be
that got
changed.
written too early.
Pardon?
I think that was written too early. So if it failed, we're removing it. We can change that if it's not worded correctly. I can revise that to what it's supposed to say.
Do we have a consensus to revise that? Yes, 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 okay. Page 21?
I was just pointing out, like before, like that lady says, our thing already says the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, so that's already in there. Yeah, no, it just says the current.
Yeah, this one says the current, yeah.
I'd just like to point out that addition is the wrong spelling.
Number 9, at the top of page 21. Does say the current.
Anything else on page 21, 20 or 21?
Mayor, on page 21, under the types of meetings, a long time ago, years and years ago, we had it for many years in Madeira Beach, we had, instead of one commission meeting a month and one workshop meeting, we changed it, and I can't really remember what it was. It was either 2 workshop meetings a month and 2 workshop and 1 regular meeting, or vice versa. And it allowed us to, it seems like, either have, the meetings didn't go quite as long, or we divided the topics up for a fair review of each topic without confusing topics a lot. Like if you had related topics, and you had 4 topics that were in public works, for instance, then you would discuss that at one meeting, and then you would have another meeting. I don't know if the commission is interested in doing that. I just brought it out because I remembered that that we had done that before. And then also, what it allowed us for also was in, I think it was maybe in June or July when we were working really hot and heavy on the budget, it allowed us to not, I mean, we'd already gotten through with the regular city business, and we could have more time for the budget on those. I don't know if anybody's ever thought of it or interested in it.
Well, as I recall, during the budget season, I think we called some special meetings to get through everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do that.
Which is what we're doing now, yeah. But
Right.
we're not, okay.
Yeah, I'm fine the way it is. Page 22.
Madam Mayor, under item D, order of business for BOC regular meeting, one of the things that in my conversations with the city clerk, we'd like to remove section or letter I, the Dias log review. From the beginning, since I've been with the organization, we have not utilized that, as we believe that there's adequate time to place an item on an agenda and get it before the board for consideration, as opposed to adding it at a regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners. In the event that we have something that is an emergency, there's opportunities for us to effectively communicate that at a regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners and then bring it back at a subsequent meeting for adoption or approval. So staff is recommending that the board consider removing the Dias log as a mechanism to add items to the agenda the day of.
Yes, I certainly agree with that. Thank you very much.
Do we have a consensus? Nod over the head, somebody?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, on to page. Yes?
I know I got a lot of questions here, but this is the one time we go through it for the year, or not the one time, but it's the beginning one, and so I'd like to just get these things out. It's also on D, order of business, the invocation and pledge of allegiance. I know I used to get up when I sat on the other side of the bench here a lot at the persuasion of a lot of other citizens and ask for a, instead of an invocation, a minute of silent thought or silent prayer. I know that St. Pete Beach changed this last year, and our attorney, or acting attorney here today, you represent St. Pete Beach, right?
I'm the assistant, yes, ma'am.
Okay, has that worked? I mean, I just didn't
Yes.
know if the board, if our board would consider doing that. We have just so many different religious persuasions and not religious persuasions, and I think that sometimes it's well to do that. And I remember keeping this article just for that occasion. I didn't know if you wanted to make a comment or not.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the case law is very tricky in this situation. If you do have a moment of silence, that usually is the safest alternative, rather than reading a prayer of a specific, religion or anything like that. But I would urge you that you can't require anyone to stand up. It's almost like a suggestion. Please stand if you'd like to for a moment of silence. And I would stay away from directing anyone to do anything based on your invocation.
Okay.
But the moment of silence has worked.
Okay, I just didn't know if any of the commissioners were interested in looking at that. I know we looked at it last year when I first came on the commission, and nobody was interested, so, but I just wanted to bring it up again.
I was interested, and I'm still interested, yes.
I just think it allows the entire diverse citizenry and, you know, to do what they feel is always right. I think the pledge is very important. I think that the silent thought is very important too. I just don't think organized, but.
All right, so change that from invocation to a minute of silence and pledge of allegiance.
I disagree.
You disagree? I know.
I do too, because I do it. You know, I'm not requiring anyone to stand up and say a prayer when we do it. You know, if you want to remain seated, you're more than welcome to. Pledge of allegiance to the flag, I think it's important that everyone stands, in my view. But I don't feel like the invocation is really going to hurt anybody. It's a prayer, and we all need a little bit of guidance and help from above, and that's just my attitude. So I want to keep it the way it is.
Commissioner Douthert, any thoughts?
I think we keep it like it is.
All right, consensus stands.
Thank you.
Page 24. Page 24, paragraph B, the first paragraph, the section in red that says the 15-minute time limit includes any public comment and any discussion by the Board of Commissioners. And I think that's too restrictive, because how do you time that? You know, someone gets up and they take 15 minutes and then the commission has no time. Seems like it should be spelled out how much time the commission has and how much time the discussion, the public comment is. And how do you think it should be broken out? Like 10 minutes and 5 minutes, 15 minutes and 2 minutes? I don't know.
Madam Mayor, if I may, one of the things the board should probably consider related to that item is any public presentation to be no more than 15 minutes, and obviously the public comments, until you are completed with the public comments, you will allow for that to continue. But I don't think you should put anything that, you know, really restricts the board as a collegial body having discussions here, because Robert's Rules of Order gives you the opportunity to take one bite at the apple and then a subsequent bite if necessary to discuss an item. But as you as a policy-making board, you want to have the flexibility to discuss things in length if necessary. I think putting a arbitrary number to limit your comments lends itself to what will happen is pushing things onto workshops and further discussions. So that's something to consider as you
true.
deliberate.
Well, then I just recommend taking out that whole line together. The time limit includes both. Just leave it at speaker's presentation shall be limited to 15 minutes, period. Consensus? Okay. Anything else on page 24? Page 25. Page, 20, oops, I'm missing a page, wait a minute. Which page? Page 25. We've done 24, so we're on 25. Any comments on this? No? All right, then page 26.
The only thing I'd like to do is add something, because we ran into this when I first came on the board. And Maggie, I think you remember where they were asking us for, you know, what, everything we were somebody texted us when we were up here on the dais or something like that. What I think we need to do is just say that we have no private, like, cell phones or computers on the dais. The only thing we are allowed to bring up here is the pad that the city issues, you know. Because I remember them saying, well, we want a copy of every text you receive. Even, you know, we didn't receive any, but rather, so we don't run into that again in the future, I think it needs just to be very clear that the only thing we have is the city iPad up here.
How about city-owned
Yeah,
telephones?
city-owned, ever how you want to say it, yeah.
So as long as it's a city-owned piece of equipment, it's allowed to be up here?
I'd say yeah.
Personal devices, no.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what we say, no personal devices.
Yeah, I
Allowed on
agree,
the dais.
because it can be very distracting if you're sitting next to someone who's using one. So, yeah, I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay.
As soon as I get mine working, mine will be up here too.
Nobody was questioning that, by the way. All right, so we have we'll add that to the,
Policy.
policy. We'll add that to the policy, right?
You want to add that to the code of conduct
Yes.
section?
Yeah. Somewhere in there, I don't know where.
All right, any more discussion about the policy handbook before we go on? Have we bored all you? Very well, okay. The next item, we're going to go on, as I said, to item G, the intercoastal waterways, no wake zone and liveaboards, Director Portal.
Madam Mayor, if
Excuse me. I need to open for public comment now. Any public comment on that item? This is on the policy handbook.
Good afternoon. Ray Kerr, 583 Johns Pass Avenue. This is a very important topic to me. But first, I'd like to thank the board and Jonathan Evans and Linda for bringing this and putting it on the agenda. And thank the Sergeant of the Marine Unit and the Pinellas County deputies for attending. But most importantly, the residents that are here to support the issue from taking time often from work to be here. I'm going to base my discussion on Linda Portal prepared a memo. It's a very good memo, and it's online. I encourage everyone to read it. And I pulled a few highlights from that.
Excuse me. Are you speaking about the roadway and stormwater status party?
Now I'm talking about intracoastal waterways.
We haven't gone on to that item. I'm backed up to have public comment on the policy handbook. So
I thought you just opened it up to the waterways.
no, I opened it up for the policy handbook.
Yes, you did.
But she took it back and opened up A for public comment real quick, so if anyone has anything to say on the policy handbook, now's the time, and then we'll move right on to you, sir.
So if you have anything to say about that, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll call on you after we discuss the.
That's it. Do you want me to start over? Sit down?
Well, if you have anything to say about the policy handbook.
No.
You can sit down and talk it up later. Thank you. I apologize. Anybody else have public comment on the policy handbook? Public comment is closed. Now we are on to intercoastal waterways, Director Portal.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, over the course of the last few weeks, we've, both the city manager and I think some members of the Board of Commissioners have been getting input from the community members about a couple of issues pertaining to regulation of our waterways. And Mr. Kerr, who was just up and I believe will get back up and finish his presentation shortly, he's been really helpful, sent us a lot of information about the ways waterways are regulated in other states and communities around the country. We've also taken the opportunity to look over the state regulations very carefully and to look at the way how our regulation of waterways integrates with the Pinellas County regulations, and then also how it compares to other local governments in the county. And there were a couple of key issues. One was the enforcement of speeds, the no-wake zones in particular, especially those areas that are closest to our residential properties. And then the other is the regulation of liveaboards and their impact on the the water quality and just the general community well-being. In both of those cases, we found that the city has similar regulations to those, not only locally or within the county, but throughout the country, and that these are common problems, and they are actually regulated for the most part in the, using similar language throughout the country. And we do have, in regards to the speeds, I provided you in your packet a map, which I could pull up when we get a little closer to, I was going to split this presentation with the Marine unit from the county, but they're off dealing with a with an emergency, I understand, in Oldsmar, and so I'm going to go back and forth being two people at once. But I'll get the map up for you to be able to show you some of the issues that we have with both speed and with regulation of the liveaboards is that we can only regulate things within a city's boundary, and that even within the boundary, those portions of the bay that are the state intercoastal waterway, we have no authority in that area. And the state regulates and limits the way that local governments can enforce local code on anything to do with boat and boating pretty prescriptively. The statute, it's 327 and 328 of the Florida statutes are pretty clear in terms of the areas that we can regulate. They also set standards a little more generally about speeds, but then do allow local governments to regulate for liveaboards as long as they're not in the intercoastal and that we're not overly restrictive or inconsistent. Now, in regards to the speed limits, for the most part, local communities will regulate to a no-wake zone, and they define that as being off the plane and settled fully in the water, creating minimal or no wake, and where a number is provided, it's usually 5 miles an hour or whatever speed is needed to be able to maintain steerage and control of the water vehicle. In our case, we regulate to 4 miles per hour. I mean, I think it would be pretty difficult coming up on somebody to tell them whether you're going 4 or 5 nautical miles an hour, but the purpose and the intent is clear that it's consistent with what's expected from one city to another. Different communities will regulate the beaches and the bathing or swimming areas a little bit differently. And in some communities around the country, they go into a lot more detail about water skiing, and those are usually more lake settings. The Sheriff's Marine Unit officer who met with me the other day and who would have been here with us today has said that they've actually only been receiving one major complaint about speeds, and it's that edge right along the edge of Johns Pass Avenue where people are making a turn down into the Johns Pass and are cutting pretty close to the properties there and going and starting to open up their speed because they're just coming out of the no-wake zone areas. And he had some suggestions as to what we might attempt to do. We can always petition the state if we think that there are areas where people are going too fast and we wanted to expand the no-wake zone. That's an option. We can't just go out there and put up new signs and declare a new wake zone. We do have to petition to the state to make sure it's consistent with their waterways. And then we have to use whatever signage is standardized here in the county and is consistent with state standards. And then in regards to the liveaboards, it's a little bit more difficult because we can only regulate within the city limits. And it's hard for me to talk and type at the same time, but I will try to do that. No, as you can see, I'm not doing that. I'm only doing one. I was going to show you, I think in your package you can see that we've given you a map that shows where the buoy areas and the lighted areas are. And it shows the city boundary lines. The blue line within the city boundary is the state's intercoastal waterway, that area where we cannot regulate. Here we go.
And Madam Mayor, just for the board's edification, the member from the Marine unit that was supposed to be here with us this afternoon is responding to an incident that occurred in Oldsmar, where they've deployed virtually all their resources out there to handle a situation. So unfortunately, they could not be present, but they did meet with Director Portell and our community policing officers to provide some perspective on what's in front of you here this evening. So Director Portell provided me a note, and I have provided it to the city clerk for the purposes of preserving the public record.
Well, I would love to get that up for you, but it's the computer's not communicating with us again. Well, you have in your packet there are some areas where the city boundaries dip, especially across from the county park on the north, which is on our north side of the BOC Bay there. The county can regulate for liveaboards within 1,000 feet of a county park, and they do enforce that. And we can enforce within our city limits, and the county will enforce our local codes as regards to both speed limits and the liveaboards. But there are some areas that are outside that 1,000 feet of county land area, and then are also north of our own boundaries. It's kind of a no man's land. And that's where you will notice when you cross over the bridge, you see most of the liveaboards congregated because they do know that there's no enforcement in that area. That's a bit of a problem. The Marine officer was explaining that there are 3 communities in the county that have the most trouble with liveaboards, and they are Gulfport, Madeira Beach, and Dunedin. And that over the course of the last few months, they have managed to move 22 liveaboards out of the city boundaries that were operating there or staying there illegally, but it does continue to be a problem because of those little pockets of unenforced area. We are working with the Marine unit, however, because they have a little bit more, they have a couple other issues that they're trying to work out with us. One is the access of some of those on the liveaboards are coming on shore across school board property, and then sometimes they're also using the dock out by the McDonald's, which is actually public property, to actually pull their boats up and keep them up on the dock all day long, which makes it inaccessible there. They've asked us to look into what our land use and zoning regulations and options are for a little more control over that. We've included in your packet also a couple of tables for comparison, one showing the way that we regulate speed limits and the purpose is stated in our codes, the no-wake zones, and it compares it to those regulations in Pinellas County, then also in the state of Florida, and then those more restrictive codes around the country. And then I've given you a table to compare the liveaboard regulations as well. And we wanted to mainly get this out in front of you and have you discuss it and get some input from the community because it was all coming in through the staff for the most part. We think this is an issue that's important to the community. One thing I can say, looking at a comparison of the no-wake and exclusion zones, is that one thing that our code does miss out on is it doesn't have a stated intent. And it would be, that would be a really good thing for the Board of Commissioners to put its mind to and come up with a stated intent as why are we regulating. It helps those who are implementing the code, and it helps us evaluate over time whether we're being successful in the use of our codes, if there's some kind of connection between where we're trying to get. You'll notice that and what the code says. You'll notice under Pinellas County, they're really the only ones that give a clear purpose as to what their regulation intent is. But I thought it was helpful because it specifies it's not only for the protection of people, but also the protection of environmental areas. Some of the complaints that we've had in regards to both speeds and with the liveaboards is the quality of the water or the protection of the marine life.
And Madam Mayor, as you prepare to ask any questions of staff, Mr. Pricer is going to get the map on the computer so the viewing audience can see specifically the area that we're talking about. Madam Mayor, you can proceed with questions of staff as we are experiencing technical difficulties at this moment.
Director Portell, I have a question. Oh, you got
Yes.
a map? No, you don't have a map. Okay, in your discussion so far and all the in the communications that y'all have had with the Marine people, and I'm looking at the map here,
Yes.
okay? Because I remember this, working very diligently with this in the 80s and the 90s, on the Johns Pass Avenue, the outer side, and on my street, 129th, right on Johns Pass Waterway. And we even went to Tallahassee, and we got an ordinance passed. It's gone now, but we had it passed that protected us, okay? And I can't remember the feet. I know that you mentioned some things in your report here, but my question really is when you had your discussion with these people, did they qualify that the reason that they took the ordinance away, or took the signs away, the slow wake or minimum wake, from the entire area of, I guess, Bay Point, Johns Pass, yeah, maybe Bay Point too, Johns Pass, and 129th, is that is also a part of the Intercoastal Waterway, and all of these other navigational markers, all the other little red dots, are really private within the, not private, but they're within the city limits more so than the areas on the fringe that I remember back when they called it the Intercoastal, and that's the reason that they took them all down. I was just curious if you had that, if they gave you the same story,
Well,
or if they've all gone and somebody else.
yeah, I didn't talk to anybody who had been there as long as either of us have been here working. But yes, the red markers are the buoys where we've locally regulating the speed, and the white ones are the lighted navigational lights, and the blue line that you see on the map there is the center line of the Intercoastal, and that is part of the issue. Now, the Marine officers were talking about the fact that you have no wake a portion of the way through the pass, and until you clear the pass, and that the state might be open to our asking to expand that no wake zone all the way back up, even with the eastern boundary of the residential properties out there, because he says they do start flying around pretty fast once they open up heading into the pass, and then they have to slow back down again anyway, going through the pass. There you go.
So we were able to get the map up that delineates the points in Director Portel's presentation.
Right, and I don't have any control here, but you can see the area that dips way down there, around, there you go, around the bridge. That triangular area where it's beyond the control of the county and yet outside of the city boundary is generally where the liveaboards are congregating. And then that outer edge of the blue line, that blue line underneath the yellow, as it passes Johns Pass Ave, is the intercoastal waterway. It heads out the pass. And that kind of turn, that corner right there, is the area where the speeds start moving up pretty dramatically. Another pocket where you will find the liveaboards is over south, well, south on the map. It's actually west of the property where the Publix has their docks, on the other side of the bridge, but again, outside of the city limits. So generally, those on the liveaboards know where the city limits are, and they carefully avoid those. Now, interestingly, the state statute does allow you to control for and regulate the liveaboards, and we do have codes that specify they either need to get a permit, and even with that can only stay a certain number of days. However, Clearwater was indicating that they had attempted to enforce within their zone, and they were roundly reprimanded by the state, who stated that it was either in or too close to their intercoastal waterways. Some of the communities are designating mooring areas where they do allow liveaboards, and if you establish those, then you very clearly can keep them from being anywhere else within your jurisdiction. So it's a little inconsistent in regards to how it's regulated. I will say that I was impressed speaking to the sheriff's officer that they work hard to keep up after everything, but they only have 4 or 5 units active, and they've got the whole county to look out after. So it's hard for them to be everywhere at all times.
Hi, Linda. Just a couple things. It looks like legally we're kind of in a bind here. But when does it become a health issue? I mean, if we can get with the school, the VA, the community, and I mean, this has been an issue for a while, and everybody knows about it. And there's that pocket there by the school, that little enclosement where there used to be liveaboards there, but they got those out of there. How did that happen? How did they get them out of that little cove?
Well, again, they pushed them out outside of the city limits is basically what it is. They're not in the cove. They're a little bit further out, and that's all they've been able to do with them. They do have the ability to go and check to make sure that their sanitation units are operating properly, but they don't have a pump-out boat. And the only local government that's enforcing regularly and able to stay up on top of it is Treasure Island, because they have a boat. That's the other issue with almost everyone said, well, we have regulations in place, but we have to rely on the sheriff's office to have time for it, because most communities do not have a marine unit. Or in particular, no pump out.
Right, so you're saying, guys, we need to revisit this pump out boat. I mean, we turned it down 3 times. We had the grant. It cost us, listen to me, it cost us $30,000 for a $125,000 boat. And, you know, we'd have been able to pump out these liveaboards and reduce waste. Also, we could add something that we could take out the swim buoys too. So we should really, I don't know if anybody's doing it right now, but we should really be reapplying for that grant. You know, I don't know what the statistics are. I mean, I knew that when when I was at the rec, that I knew the school was successful in, there was some people that couldn't be within 1,000 yards of the school. They found a board liverboards and things like that. And I certainly don't want to end that deal. I mean, I think people can live at a marina, and that's cool. But I do think if given the opportunity, 95% of the people will do the right thing. So if we had a pump out boat, I do think it works. It's not going to be a moneymaker. It's not going to be anything that, you know, at $5 a shot that we're going to make money on. But this isn't going to get any better, and it doesn't look like the laws of the state or county are really behind us on this. So we got to fight this a different way, and if this is the way we have to fight it until we can kind of make some sense, I'm on board with that. The other thing I did want to ask is, so Indian Rocks can come up with cannot permitted, I mean, could we come up with and I don't really want to do that, never mind, no, I'm done, sorry.
I know that some of the community members are here and would want to comment as well.
Before we open public comment, a comment among the board? Okay. All right, public comment is now open on this item. Oh, wait a minute, behind you. Chuck. He had to be first.
I won't repeat too much, but good afternoon again. I was just going to...
Can you just state your name and address?
Ray Kerr, 583 Johns Pass Avenue. I'm going to structure my comments based on Linda's memo, which was great, and like I say, I suggest everyone go online and read that. A couple of the highlights about, and it's specifically on the boating speed regulations, and where we are on 583, we're right there at that point where boats on plane come by our dock within 20 feet of our dock at any speed, and coming around there, if I'm going to have one of my children in a kayak or getting a jet ski off of a boat lift or a boat off of a boat lift, it's a safety issue. And that's the biggest thing. Everybody wanted to say, well, bring up the manatees. Well, I already talked to the Manatee Club, and they said we won't get Florida State back here for at least another decade to even consider that, even though we see the manatees going up and down the seawall all the time. Environmentally, that's a non-issue unless I want to wait a decade, and I'm not going to do that. So anyway, back to the comments, and I'll quote, "The staff has reviewed and acknowledges legislation of regulation in other states and communities nationwide and has concluded that Madeira Beach has similar or stronger regulations." That may be true in certain aspects, but where I disagree is they do not have a category for seawall and docks. They have one for beaches, they have one for swimming areas, but the seawall does not comply with that. So multiple states that the research that I did, and I work full-time, so I did minimum research. I was able to find multiple states, California, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Indiana, Wisconsin, and in Washington State, it's regulated by counties. I'm sure I could find many more. So it's not a concern just for our little city of Madeira Beach. It's a concern for open areas, and I'm running out of time. Then that table 1 regarding the boat. The fiscal impact would be very minimum. That was in the conclusion section. I would say that it's going to be much more costly to the city when somebody gets hurt or worse. There's 732 boating accidents in Florida that involved collisions with fixed objects, meaning docks or boats, and 2 fatalities in 2005 just in Johns Pass Avenue with a high-speed boater and a jet ski. I would say that if it's not consideration's not taken care of, you're liable, and I think Mr. McConnell would have to agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Lambert, 565 Crystal Drive, Madeira Beach. Doug, to your point about getting a pumping boat, to pump out the liveaboards, it might just encourage more liveaboards, into our area. But beyond that, we do have pumping stations where they can take their boats if they're navigable. And some don't even have motors that work. Others are sailboats that don't have masts. And I think the boat should be navigable if it's over there to start with, but why spend city money to pump out boats when they should be able to go just like we do and have ours pumped out? Wherever you fuel, you can usually pump out the sewage on your boat. So that's just one of my comments on it. I believe in the quality of our water, and I'm sure they're probably dumping into our water as we speak, which is unacceptable. And one other alternative was that when they do pump out, they get a receipt. And I know what one community does is when they do check the boats, they make sure they have a receipt that says they have pumped out recently. So just some other options. Thank you.
I had eye surgery on Friday, so you got to look at the things. I've got some notes that
Please state your name.
passed around.
State your
My
name
name
and
is William Fleming. I'm at 543 Johns Pass Avenue. And I'd like to talk about the wakes and the seawalls, the wakes that hit the seawalls, as a matter of fact. All boats, if you see the blue line, all boats going to where the slow speed is are at high speed. The wake of those boats going into the slow speed and out of the speed hits our seawall all the way, all up and down Johns Pass Avenue. It's a ripple at some times. It's over the seawall at some times. And it happens, I've got the list here of how often it happens. And sooner or later, it's going to break one of the seawalls. Somebody's get hurt if they haven't got hurt already. I raised my seawall up at my house 6 to 12 feet, 6 or 12 inches, excuse me. And the wakes still come over the seawall. And it's because of the speed of the boats out there in the intercoastal coming in from Johns Pass Bridge to the intercoastal north-south. That's where they speed up, right from the slow speed zone to the intercoastal north-south. Smaller boats come at high speeds between the intercoastal arrive depart and the actual seawalls themselves. The smaller boats when they turn the corner up there, they're either at high speeds or at minimum speed, one or the other. And they usually think they're going out at a higher speed, or they're trying to save gas by not going to the intercoastal arrive depart area. It's many of them, especially on weekends, that happens. The water between the arrive depart area and the seawalls themselves is supposed to be, if you're a navigator, and I was in the Navy, if you're a navigator, that water is supposed to be soft. In other words, you're not supposed to speed up in that water area if you're anywhere close to seawalls, docks, lifts, etc. That does not occur in this city at all. If you look on the back of the page.
Sorry, your time is up.
Well,
You can take 10 seconds if you want to wrap up your sentence.
okay, on the back of the page, 10 to 50% of the boats pass at a quarter their speed. 50 to 90% of the boats pass at half speed. 90 to 100% of the boats pass at 100% speed. They're all drinking, getting ready to go out to have fun in the Gulf, which I do too, or they're just having a ball. And the water is coming up on all the people at Johns Pass Avenue. Thank you.
Jan Wattenpoff, forgot where I live, 580 Crystal Drive. Make this real quick. I have talked to Megan several times. Suppose we live on the big cove at Crystal Drive, and the sign there you cannot read, the no wake sign. Talked to Megan several times. She says you have the sign, but you don't have a boat. We've talked to the Coast Guard, we've talked to wildlife, we've talked to Marines, everybody. We've said everybody has boats. We'd put up the sign, but we've been told we can't put up the sign. 2 weeks ago, we were on the back of our boat, and someone came flying through that. We're working on our boat, and we lost all our power tools in the water because of the wake. So I'd just like to say, can we get the sign? You cannot read that sign. It's really, really bad. Then secondly, I agree with these guys 100%. My husband's an Olympic rower, 1980. We had friends with us about a month ago. They're both Olympic rowers. We were out in the kayaks on Johns Pass, and a boat came by in the no wake and flooded us and flipped us. So the fact is, I can swim. We're pretty good in boats. But if you get a little kid out there, they're going to die. So something needs to be done. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Deese. I'm at 580 Johns Pass Avenue. We are blessed with the view of the Intercoastal from our home, and we see all the derelict boats who never move, by the way. So I would first of all like to say that we need to make a nuisance of ourselves to the state of Florida, because we should be able to control the speed of the boats in our waterways. No question about it. They owe that to us. We don't owe that to them. As far as the wakes, my wife Judy and I have been recreational boaters in Florida for probably about 16 years. I know that when we're learning how to boat, there's certain rules and regulations that you do have to know, including dumping sewage into the water, including not just the laws of boating, but the courtesy of it. And that's sorely lacking here. Now, the other thing that we're blessed with in this community is a lot of tourists and rentals. There's also a lot of people that are renting boats and wave runners, jet skis that have no business doing so. And I don't know how we can partner with those that are offering these rentals to educate them, or maybe if enforcement to me is always a bigger problem than passing the laws to begin with, because nobody's feeling the pain of breaking the law. So I think that those that are renting these, we have seen people in the back of our little channel at Johns Pass Avenue chasing down wildlife, a guy jumping off of a boat trying to land on a dolphin. We see people in the wave runners think that those rules of wakes don't apply to them. And the only thing that I could do when I met the one jackass trying to jump on a dolphin was to call the rental number on the side of the boat. And they said, we've been trying to track that guy down. He's run aground 4 times. So I think that we need to partner also with those that are offering these rentals to educate these people and understand somebody's got to pay the price, whether it is the rental guy who's renting it to somebody who clearly shouldn't be rented to, or the renter themselves having a significant fine. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Armando Castellon from 553 Johns Pass Avenue. I was on my backyard the day that boat hit the 2 persons in the wave runners. And I had a Marine radio and I heard all the conversations. Okay? One of the person's head was split, just so you understand. I've been on my kayak with my wife, which she likes to put me there to exercise, which we almost got run over on the corner of Johns Pass already once. So I use that as an excuse not to go on it, okay? But the truth of the matter is, like, when I had a boat, I sold my boat. But when I had my boat, I would get my boat down on the leaf, and as the boat was going down the leaf, I have boaters going right behind me. The wave, my boat was just pounding on the leaf, and I have to fix the leaf more than once because of that. I have to change the piles on the leaf with problems I have. I end up putting extra piles, so I would take the boat on Thursday or Friday, put it on the water, leave it on the water, and leave it there until Sunday night, because that's the only way I could get in and out of the boat without getting pounded by boats that were driving right behind me without any consideration whatsoever. I thought about getting like a water jet, so every time I was gonna get the boat, I would just turn it on and spray everybody. But, really the problem here right now is safety. And like everybody has said to you guys, it already happens once, 2 persons got killed right in front of my house. It's gonna happen again. I've seen it, and it's gonna happen again, okay? We used to have a weight runner, and my kids sometimes show up with some friends, and they were on the weight runner. I saw them doing things, and I sold it. That's it. Because I was afraid of that happening, that they were going to be run over by another boat. Think of it this way. When a boat makes that turn over there, most of the boats will lose some of the plane. The moment they lose some of the plane, the bow will go up. As the bow goes up, they lose visibility towards the front, which means they don't see anything ahead of them. Okay? That's the reason why there's going to be an accident again over there. Thank you.
Hi, Ray Leone, 545 Crystal Drive. I have a question. Who is responsible for the placement of the no-wake slow zone signs? Who puts those out?
I think, is it with the FWC? And
Well, all I'm saying is, if you look, I'm looking at the dot up there, okay, to the right, up in the one furthest in the upper corner of our boundary. Now, I know when I come back from here and come down because I'm going into Crystal, that sign is probably a third of the way down John's Pass. Isn't there a way to move that sign up towards where the red marker is when you're coming into the channel and create a no-wake, slow-wake zone? Oh, just a thought. And the other thing is, I'm new to boating, so I've been doing this 3 or 4 years, my own boat. I remember taking the FWC course, and I remember the fines were enormous if you discharge in the waterways. So you mean we can't get someone in FWC to come do an inspection? Because if you need someone to be a nuisance, I'm real good at that. I can do nuisance with you, okay? But, I mean, discharging in the open water is a horrible thing. So formerly, from where I was up north in Connecticut, we had 3 towns sharing a pump-out boat. There was no charge. You got issued a receipt, and basically the guys operating the boat got tipped by the boat owners, and that was it. And it worked very well. And the last issue is, so I'm at American Legion yesterday having dinner with a buddy, and I look at it, and there's a big sailboat there, beautiful sailboat, very nicely done. And right in front of it, right off his bow, is a sailboat with no mast. The portholes are gone. The gangway hatch, that's gone. And there's about 10 ropes hanging off of it. It's a derelict. Who's responsible for getting rid of that? The FWC? Anyway, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner, if I can address that issue right there, that the county does make arrangements to pick up any boat that is abandoned. They will give notice to the most recently documented owner, and if they have a certain amount of time, they got like a 30-day window and then a 60-day window if they get some comment back. But if they do not get comment back from the owner, somebody taking responsibility for it, they will take it out of the water and they have it chopped up. So they've taken several out of the water just this year in this area, they said. Good.
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Gordon, and I live at 848 Bay Point Drive. I know a lot of people here on Johns Pass have the same issues we have on Bay Point Drive. There are times when the wake is so big, when we're trying to get on our lift, it will actually lift us over the front of the lift, and we on Bay Point Drive call it, instead of docking, controlled crashing, because it can be so dangerous. And in addition to that, when we were looking at properties, we were looking in various communities over the years, and we were warned away from Madeira Beach specifically for that reason, that it was very difficult to boat if you lived on either Johns Pass or Bay Point Drive, and there are very desirable homes there. So it probably is impacting our property values negatively, having that not be a no-wake zone. So thank you for opening this up to public discussion and hearing us out. We really appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you.
In the back? Oh.
Patty Spang, 547 Johns Pass Avenue, and I don't have anything much more to add except what everyone said about the safety, and I think that's the number one. We don't want our community to be remembered by a tragic accident here. And kayaking is such a great tourist thing. There's no reason, this could be a win-win. They only have to go out 500 feet to the main channel. So it's a win-win. It really doesn't inhibit anyone to do that, and it keeps everybody safe and increase our tourist potential. So thank you for your time and consideration. And how do we follow up on this now? If you would, let us know as a community how we can best help you to integrate this plan, because we're all very committed to this, and there's many neighbors that weren't able to be here because of work, but we're very committed to try and keep our neighborhood safe.
Randy Keys, 356, 145th Avenue, Madeira Beach. I'm going to be the most unpopular person in the room, but I went to all the FWC meetings they had when they just 2.5 years ago implemented all the new no-wake zones in Pinellas County, including the one right off the VA hospital, and they also blocked and made the channels that run between those islands, which everybody who fishes would use as a way to avoid the lengthy 20-minute no-wake zone from the markers at Johns Pass. And they made that all no-wake, which is one of the reasons that the boats are coming around the corner right by your house, because that access is no longer available to them. I agree with safety, but I don't think we need to, everybody in this room has bought their property. They knew what they were buying when they bought it. There was no wake where I lived when I bought it. We used to water ski in that basin, which we no longer can. But that's just, my comment. I'm all for safety. I want it to be safe. And a lot of it is the fact that there's just so much population here, so many more kayaks, so many more jet skis, so many more boats. But you're not going to solve that problem. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Public comment is now closed on this item.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Please.
I feel like I need to go out there and complain about my issue on 129th, because I appreciate everybody, I really do, coming here, because I went through this same problem in the 70s and in the 80s on 129th Avenue. And the only thing we could do was to, as citizens at that time, and I don't know if that's the issue, but we had to go to Tallahassee. We did. We went, about 20 of us, I think, went to Tallahassee, and we were able to obviously we came back home, and we came to our city hall right down here, and we passed an ordinance, but the ordinance, like I said, didn't hold. And I think that was the second item. There was one gentleman who talked about the signs, and I don't know if those signs that are still up there that say minimum wake, slow down, minimum wake, are the old ordinance signs. And if they are, they're not going to work anyway because that ordinance is not even in effect. So I don't know really what can be done about it, but I think it certainly is something that needs more studying on it. Or, thank you.
I would like this to come back to us in two parts versus this whole one thing. I think the first part would be the what we're going to do and vote on the no wake zones and sign update. I think that's got to be the priority. And then the second thing I think we really need to look at is the liveaboard regulations in this town. I think that it needs to be two separate rather than one big pie. I think we need to split it and make it two separate things and get some direction on what we can do on the liveaboard. I know Doug started to bring up, then he backed down real quick, about Indian rocks. You can't liveaboard permanently, period. And I look at these things, and some is 8 hours, some is 72, some get 10 days, some get 72 hours to liveaboard. I think we really need to figure out what we need as a city and really kind of address this. And I think, Linda, your office needs to really give us some really good guidance and direction and some input from the residents as to how we correct these problems. I know we talked about before the pump out boats, and Mr. Andrews was kind of saying we had a grant, but the grant also said we could not charge anybody, period. That was, that was part of the problem. And then if also the grant was kind of talked about and said, if we have a pump out boat and we spill into the water, then the city's liable, can be held liable. So, I mean, all these things need to be kind of looked into, and we need to get some really good direction on what we want to do and how we want to do it and make this the cleanest, most safe place we can do. But, I think we need, like the one lady was saying about the signs, you can't read them. We need to get the signs out there. If we don't have a boat, I know we can hire somebody to put them out there for us. I mean, there's a million things we can do. But I think we need to break this down into separate pieces and attack it rather than trying to attack one huge puzzle. I think it needs to be broken down into little pieces so we can really get our hands around it. And I think what Kurt needs to be doing, like the one lady says, is we need to be informing these people. They need to be signing up on the website for the city, and Kurt sending them emails, what they can do to help us get this done. That's going to be really important. Is it going to Tallahassee, like Debbie said? Is it, calling the police when you see something like that's going on? I mean, I don't know the answers, but I think we need to start working on this and putting it out to the residents on, what can we do to get this fixed? Safety has got to be our priority, without a doubt. Safety is got to be our priority. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Thank you.
Well, sorry, public comment is closed.
I want to direct a couple speakers that came up. Ray, when you came up, you spoke about how you kayak. I kayak also. And when I go around the corner there by Johns Pass Avenue, you can't get too close to the seawall. You've got to go out just a little bit further, and with the wake of the boats coming in, it's like you're in a wash tub. I mean, you're going like this the whole time. So it is pretty rough, and they're not necessarily 20 feet away from me. They're out further, but around that bend is when they pick up their speed. And that's when you start feeling the wave effect. And the closer you get to the seawall, the more of a wash tub effect you're going to be in. Another one, Mr. Lambert, you talked about the pump out boat. I think the city would do a good thing by getting one. We could use it for the liveaboards. We could have also used it this past year for red tide. We could also use it to go to other communities for pump out boats. There's many different uses, and I feel like it would benefit the city to do this. It's very important. Like you said, a lot of the people out there on those liveaboards, they don't have sails. They may not even move that boat. It might just be anchored there. So it's important that we have someone inspect these boats to make sure they're pumping out. If they're not pumping out, we need to consider getting a pump out boat to go around. and make sure this is done instead of going into our waterways. That's really important. And Mr. Fleming, you came up. I hope you feel better soon. You talked about the water coming over your seawall. Well, when I kayak, I'm by myself, so I always seem to go out at high tide because it's easier for me to take my kayak in and out my seawall. So I'm familiar with the high tide. I've been around your corner at high tide and the boats coming in, and I've seen the water from the wakes of the boats going over the seawall. They do the same thing at the end of Crystal Island. Right as you come through that little basin there and around the corner, that water goes up over the seawall into the yards. And it's just not like a little puddle. I mean, it splashes. I mean, it goes quite a ways in there. So these are the things that we need to look at. And I think we do need to bring this up again in another meeting, get more information on it, who we can contact, and see what kind of resolution we can come up with. Right now, Deputy Schneider, he's working with me. We've got kids jumping off the bridge down by my house on Crystal. That is very dangerous. And every time they do, how many calls have I made to you? Bukus. And emails the same way. This is an ongoing thing. So the only thing we can do is to stay on top of it, call who is ever necessary to come and fix the problem, or all they have to do is see the truck coming or the car coming and the kids all split. But they're just having fun, I realize it. They're just having a good time. And it's the summer months coming on. They're going to be out there having a good time. But someone is going to get hurt. Jumping off the bridge, they can land on someone on a paddle board coming under the bridge and they won't even see them because they don't make any noise. Kayaks don't make any noise, at least mine doesn't. And they can land on that, and the person on the kayak or the paddleboard, they could get hurt, plus the person jumping off the bridge. I've seen them do handstands off the rail into the water, and I'm going, oh my God, click, 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 Deputy Snyder's right there. I call him right away because it's something that has to be addressed. We've got signs up there, but I don't think the kids are really paying attention. They're just having fun, and I understand that. Kids are going to have fun. But they have to be educated enough to know this is dangerous, you're going to get hurt. And so, again, this is something we're on top of, and I'd like to bring this back again, another workshop, another meeting, whatever we need to do. But this needs to be addressed again. And I want to thank you all for coming. I know 2 o'clock in the afternoon is kind of inconvenient for a lot of people, but I'm glad you all are here. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, in light of the conversation that has been had up here on the dais with the board and the remarks from the community, staff is requesting direction to compose a letter to send to members of our legislative delegation concerning the items that were public safety concerns, to see what regulatory agencies or what agencies of the state that we can bring out on site and communicate some of the concerns that are present. And then from that point, obviously, we'll gain more information to bring this back to a regular workshop of the board or a regular meeting. But since the members of our community are in Tallahassee, I think it's a great opportunity to communicate with them directly of some of the concerns that were articulated at this meeting. So staff is requesting direction to proceed forward with getting a letter out to them no later than Friday.
All right, I think that's a great idea. I mean, safety is paramount here, and it is something we need to continue, as everyone, I believe, on our board agrees, to have more discussions, and we will bring it back. Anything else before we go forward? And I also would like to thank everybody here, because it's certainly been an education for me and for the public who's listening as well. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is roadway and stormwater project status and financing options.
Madam Mayor, if we may take a 5-minute recess so we can load up the PowerPoint presentation for this item.
5-minute recess.
At the end of 5 minutes.
You're going to sit here.
Is that the pass?
For 5 minutes.
the blue line to Johns Pass Avenue to our seawall as part of ICW, or is it just the blue line? The main channel. Yeah, because I know they closed down Fuller Common, but I should get enough just for clarity. I'd like to know because if they can, I personally don't have any problem. Once they come around that bend, if they stay in that main channel. When they come to that triangle or 30 feet off your dock, because same thing, we had a neighbor who couldn't attend. He was coming in. Somebody came behind him so fast, came behind him so fast. He surfed up, lost control of his boat, hit the bottom. And the guy that did it, he came by so fast, if I could get his boat name, that's how fast he came. And they full throttle, 1,000 horsepower. Oh, yeah.
Really,
I know of a quest coming from John's, someone rounding that corner and
it's a blind corner.
Jumping in between them and the dock. On plane, you know?
Yeah. They're full throttle when they come.
It's called the Yahoo. I have a story. We don't go out on the weekends.
We don't go, we live right on John's Pass.
Treasure Island side, it's all, no way, we're all against the sea.
What's my call you?
No reason it shouldn't be the same way here.
This guy was saying, he was on fire. It's not just me. People watch it.
I said, first of all, we walk 300 yards. 200 yards, and I agree with you. The east thing. Right? And then also get the county people to come in there and police and do that. I agree with you. I mean, to me, here we have my 22 foot out in the intercoast, and you got some Yahoo with 400 horsepower renters in the boats, not. He doesn't have it. Boats like this. It's going off to some rooms. My wife and I go like, why are you doing this?
This is the story. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
It's almost
403.
Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Commissioners, this item before you is the roadway and stormwater project status and financing options. Just to provide some background, city staff had conversations with members of the community specific to the Crystal Island roadway improvements project. And one of the elements associated with the project was for us to do some sampling to effectively determine if pervious pavement would work on Crystal Island, and then attempt to receive monies from the Water Management District to offset the proposed cost for construction, what was projected to be about $7.5 million. As a stopgap measure, staff proposed moving forward with milling and resurfacing of Crystal Drive and Flamingo Drive, and the as far as the street ends, to ensure that that roadway remains operable in the interim until the long project or the more comprehensive project moves forward. We have staff here, Mr. Carrier, the engineer of record, and our finance director, as well as our financial consultant, to talk about the funding associated with moving this project forward, and then bringing the Board of Commissioners up to date with respect to the sampling that we did on the roadways, and then moving forward with the traditional construction or conventional construction on that roadway and working with Pinellas County Utilities. To make a long story short, the pervious pavement would not be a successful option on Crystal Island, and so it actually allows for us to move forward with the project quicker for the reconstruction, but it doesn't make sense for the city to expend monies to do the milling and resurfacing when we're going right into roadway reconstruction, and the time frame has changed slightly, but it actually brings the project to closure a lot quicker than previously anticipated. So at this particular moment, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Al Carrier from Duell and Associates to give you an update on the information that was provided to staff about the project and how the project has changed. And then Director Pierce will provide some information and allow for our financial consultant to communicate how do we effectively pay for the project and when we can anticipate receiving the monies to move forward with the project.
Mayor, Commissioners, Al Carrier, Duell and Associates, and to follow up with what Mr. Evans had mentioned, the soil results that came back, we got the results back for Crystal Island only. They're still working on the Marguerite Parsley neighborhood and on the Village Drive, Pelican Lane neighborhood. We haven't got those results back yet. But the primary focus was for Crystal Island, and that was our number one priority, at least from the results of the special meeting we had back in February. With that being said, we put together a schedule of events that would lead up to the construction for Crystal Island. My suggestion is we tackle the entire island, meaning Crystal, Lillian, Johns Pass, and Flamingo all at the same time, with the conventional construction, which would be new curbs and gutters, new infrastructure, and new asphalt paving. The schedule was in an email format. It should be in your packets. If not, it's up on the screen behind you. But what we're suggesting is the May-June time period would be a time period for finance to look for funding sources. It would give us an opportunity, Duell and Associates, an opportunity to start putting together construction plans and specifications and begin conversations with Pinellas County Utilities to ensure that we're in their budget for replacing the water lines, making sure the sanitary sewer lines are lined, and getting within their budget, getting on their schedule. In addition, it would give us a little bit of time to start reaching out to, I reached out to Swiftmont on Friday, Nancy Norton, our contact, to see if there's other alternatives for us. Because we can't put the pervious pavement down, we're not going to qualify for the 50% match. But there's other things that we can do, like put in baffle boxes and get a portion of the funding. There may be other funding sources out there. When we did BOC, there was a $500,000 grant that came in from FDEP, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. that help assist with installing those baffle boxes. So there's other avenues for us to look at. So between May and essentially October would be the time that it would take to put together construction plans, go after alternative funding sources, making sure Pinellas County Utilities is on board, and then advertise an RFP for construction contractors to bid on the project in October. Typically, a project this size, you want to bid for 6, possibly 8 weeks, depending on how it falls within the holidays, which would be Thanksgiving. And then bring the lowest bid contractor back to you in December for approval with an anticipation date of January, very first week of January, starting construction. That way, we're not doing construction during the holidays, and it gives us pads us a little bit of time to go after some alternative funding sources. So that's where we're at. The stopgap measure, I know Crystal is in horrible condition. The cost would be about $225 to $250 to mill and resurface that portion of the roadway. It would be my suggestion, and to put that off and reconstruct that roadway all at the same time as we do the rest of the other streets in Crystal Island. There are some other things we could do in the meantime. Once it gets under construction, we can have the contractor go out there and just kind of maintain that roadway. It's going to take the heaviest beating because it's going to have all the traffic of people and construction workers and equipment getting back to Johns Pass in Lillian. But that's where we're at. We're looking for, at least on our side, if this schedule is acceptable to you all, and whether or not you want to implement the stopgap measure or not with resurfacing the Crystal Drive. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, Mr. Courier, I have a question. Now, whoops. We're not going to remill Crystal Drive, correct?
That's up for debate. That's up for you all to decide.
Okay.
And my suggestion would be not to mill and resurface it at this time. Just go ahead and rebuild Crystal Drive when we do the entire Crystal Island project.
Okay, so when you do the project, you're not going to start on Crystal, correct? You're going to start on Johns Pass.
You would start on Johns Pass.
Okay, because I just thought, you don't want to do Crystal and have all that equipment going over it. And then, of course, the bridge will be the last thing you do to them, right?
The bridge. The little bridge, the maintenance. The maintenance is going to begin here probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah.
But then again, have all that heavy equipment going over the bridge, wouldn't you correct the problem on the bridge?
The items that need to be repaired on the bridge, they're not structural. They're all maintenance items. There were like Spalding concrete. The deck needed to be pressure washed and resealed. New striping put down. So I don't think there's not going to be an issue with the bridge with the construction equipment going across the bridge. I don't see that as being an issue.
Okay, so right now on Crystal Drive, only thing you want to do then is probably just go there, just kind of fix up all the little, maybe the holes and stuff for now. Just kind of do that, and then start over on Johns Pass Avenue, and then work your way back, right?
So,
is that what your plan is?
Yeah, so I'm anticipating, because of the size of the project, we're going to get a larger contractor, have them do Johns Pass and Lillian at the same time, and then work their way back through Flamingo and Crystal. They could actually do the street ends of Crystal where the cul-de-sacs are. That could all be done at the same time as Johns Pass and Lillian. But yes, the meat of Crystal would be the last part of the construction process.
Okay, and I know it's probably incidental, but I'm just kind of curiosity. The Teardrop Park, will all the equipment then be set on Teardrop Park?
Could be. When we put together the contracts and specs for that, if we do allow them, because they need a place to stage, we would, make sure that there's a restoration cost in there for that little island, that little park.
So if there was any damage done to Teardrop Park,
they would have to fix it.
The company would be
yes.
fixing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The park's used by a lot of people.
Yep.
So, okay, thank you.
Hey, Al. Just a couple things real quick. I know we had a pavement study done. Didn't Steve do that, CPWG?
CPWG.
Okay. Are we staying within the guidelines of the pavement? I don't have it in front of me, so are we close?
I think we're close. To be honest with you, I haven't seen, Steve here, I haven't seen the new pavement study.
Okay.
But we evaluated the entire city back in 2013.
Yeah, I remember.
We redrove it probably about a year ago, and the priority hasn't changed for me in looking at what's needed. Yeah, the one aspect is the pavement and the condition of the pavement. The other is the condition of the infrastructure underneath, the storm culverts and everything else that need to be repaired, the condition of the curbs that need to be fixed. So I think we took a little more comprehensive look at what needed to be done.
Okay, that was actually, you fed right in. You see, you taught me too much of this stuff way back when. I know it's not sexy stuff, but I ran on some of this, so I kind of need to address it. Where are we at with, and I guess this is for Walt, the budgeted stormwater pipe, I believe it's called a jetter, okay, and so that our employees can clean out our existing infrastructure. Is that still in the budget?
A jetter? A jetter to clean out the barn?
That's what it's called, right? It's called, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's in the budget, yes.
The actual equipment purchase, I don't believe I haven't seen it in the budget. But what we're currently doing now is photographing all of the outfall pipes.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing we did back in 2013. We photographed all the outfall pipes. We look at the amount of barnacle growth that's in the pipe. We put that out to bid for a contractor to come in and jet out the barnacles. And then we have them videotape from the outfall, from the seawall back up to the first inlet. And then we review those tapes to let us know what the condition of that pipe is and then reprioritize projects if we need to.
Okay. All right, so we're not currently, so there is an RFP out for the cleaning of the, for the pipe?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
We just got the contract to start putting together the RFP.
And please excuse my nativity, would it be cheaper to buy one of these machines and do it ourselves and train our guys who are, stormwater certified to do this? Or to just keep sending this out for RFP for cleaning? Because I thought the last time that we did this in, you said 2013, right? 2012,
2013, 2014, yes.
Okay, yeah, it was a few $100,000, right? Yeah, so, and again, I don't know this as a fact, but from what I understand, the equipment or the machine to do this would be 60 to 80,000? Fair. I'm just guessing, I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to guess also. It's been a while since I purchased it.
This is something that we're gonna have to continually do forever. We got it, okay, so maybe cheaper to buy her, I would think, at some point, and train our staff in order to do it. Like I said, maybe I'm getting too deep into this at the moment, but I love the idea of grants. Do we currently have are we employed with a grant writer? Do we have anybody that's writing grants for us?
At this particular moment, no, we do not have a grant writer.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may, with respect to the maintenance on the CDS units and some of the outfall pipes, we had a conversation with Public Works staff, and based on the nature of the work and the volume of the work, that it would place an undue burden on the Public Works staff, as we don't have the personnel at this particular moment that can be able to deploy to address those. That is why we're moving forward with a contractor to assist in managing some of our stormwater infrastructure. Now, in subsequent conversations with the board, when we look at having discussions about personnel and equipment and those types of things, then certainly we can bring more data, but that was information that was provided to Mr. Carrier and I as early as last week when we met with Public Works staff.
Is there anybody on Public Works staff currently that's stormwater certified?
The individuals that we met with, I believe that they are.
Al, do you know that?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
You are though, right?
MPD,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I might add, when we put that out to bid, I believe it was Inliner that won the contract, and it took them about a year to be able to clean out all those pipes. They're fighting tide, and then some of the pipes are really difficult for them to access. So.
Right, it's kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. Once you get done painting it, you got to start painting it again, right? So, that's what I'm saying. If we can, and like this could be a conversation for another time, but if we could train somebody to do that, I think that would be an incredibly valuable employee that could continually clean these things, because that's, I mean, you want to do all these road projects, and not you, but if we want to do all these road projects, we got to make sure the infrastructure is secure enough in order to do so, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's my point.
The only question I have is, if we do this, rather than, we originally told the people in Crystal Isle we would start in May or June, scraping it and redoing it, but now we're pushing it back till January, it looks like, according to.
It would probably be a year and a few months before Crystal, well, let me be honest here. So if we start in January, it'd probably be towards the end of 2020, probably like end of summer 2020 before Crystal would start being under construction.
We all sat up here and we kind of promised the people that we would get Crystal Isle done. So I just really want, I think we need to look at scraping it and doing that. And, I know we're looking at 225,000 or whatever the case may be, but, we told the people of Crystal Isle that we would do that. We all sat up here and said we would do that. Now we're changing the game plan on them, that we're looking a year from now or better. I just don't see it as being right.
And, Madam Chair, if I may, the intent behind moving forward in the direction is that effectively if we moved on the milling and resurfacing of the roadway and then having it done in August, you then have a situation where the plans for the redesign and reconstruction of the roadway will be complete by, later on in the holiday season, so December, January, and now you're moving forward with the second phase of construction. So after the project is done, you'll be tearing up asphalt within, 4 months?
Yeah, probably
He
6
was
or
saying
8.
that- He was saying the end of the year.
Yeah, probably, 6 months?
Next year, he's saying the end of 2020,
Well,
before they get to Crystal Drive.
we're talking about mill and resurface now.
Yeah.
Get it out to bid in probably early June would be mill and resurfaced. Then a year and a month or two after June, July, August, by August of 2020, you'd be tearing that road back up.
So a year later.
Yeah, because he's starting from the back. We would be starting from the Johns Pass and then working our way back to Crystal Drive. That's why you see the 2020, but we would actually be working on the roadways on the back end. So
And
then
in
you would
January-
eventually, then you would come back and tear it
Understood,
up.
but I think the main thing was, people were complaining about Crystal Drive itself, and we said that we would have, get something done. And I think we all sat up here and said that we would get something done as quickly as possible, and we gave them the May, June timeframe when we told them that, and I understand the money concerns. I do understand the money concerns, because it seems like all we ever do up here is spend money, But I also think that, if we make a promise to someone, then I think it's our obligation to live up to that promise.
And that certainly is a policy decision for the board to make with regards to how you wish to proceed forward with that. But I think to Engineer Carrier's point, he was just saying that with the information that we've got available to us now, then we will start on the back half of the island and then eventually make our way to Crystal Drive. That's why you have that time frame. But if we were to conceivably start on Crystal Drive and then work our way through, you're looking at, 4 or 5, maybe 6 months
But
that
if you
you would
start
be
on
tearing.
Crystal Drive and work back to Johns Pass, then you're gonna tear Crystal Drive
Yeah,
up.
no, I agree. I'm
Because of
just
big
pointing
equipment.
out the fact that we would have assets on site working on that within that time frame. So, but that's a policy decision. If the board wishes to do that, we can accommodate that.
I understand where Commissioner Douthat's coming from. A promise is a promise. And maybe we need to have another meeting to discuss it with Crystal Island and see how they feel about it.
Yeah, I don't see the sense. I mean, let's put it on the table. We're going to do this work, spend $250,000, and there's a lot of stuff that we can buy or we need right now for $250,000, and then go back. And I don't want to be unpopular on Crystal Island by any thing, but we're gonna rip the road right up again in a year and a half and do it right. Why don't we just wait and do it right? I mean, let's replace some potholes. Let's put a little lipstick on the pig for now, and then we go from there, because honestly, if we're just gonna, because then we're gonna have to, and you're gonna keep, and Nancy was bringing it, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hodges was bringing it up before, we're just gonna keep running big equipment over the top of it to get back out to Johns Pass Avenue in order to start back there. So I just don't see the sense of it. I agree, we shouldn't have made the promise, but that's where we sit. We might as well do it right. I don't think anybody will complain if we're doing it correctly. They haven't had their road paved in 32 years. I think they can wait a little bit, so.
Well, I wasn't here at the initial meeting that you all had, but I would think that certainly the commitment has been made to the citizenry, and it certainly is important to be done. But I'm for taking the professionals' advice on the timing. Okay, I think that if it has to be pushed back, and I'm not, to do it right. If Al Carrier says, or if person that we're putting this in to Al Carrier, and he says that it should be done, and this is the way it should be done, I just don't think that we should take a misstep, okay, do something else. So I know it'll be done, okay, and if it's 6 months later, then I'm of the opinion that we should move with your analysis.
Well, we do have
A year later, not 6 months later.
If it is, but I guess the point that I'm really trying to make is that it's been in pathetic state for a long, long time, and it has not been addressed. It is finally being addressed by this commission, and I think that we need to take the most professional advice that we can get and do it. I understand when a commitment is made. The commitment is not being disregarded, but it is being held back until everything can be done right. Got no other way to say it.
Well, and the bottom line is we have additional information we didn't have when we made that commitment. And we do need to be fiscally responsible. And it's just a matter of postponing that decision for a little bit longer.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, to go over the fiscal aspect of this, and just to let you know, in the memo, just a little bit of a correction. This project, or bits and pieces of this, was in the CIP. Just a little bit of correction to the memo, but it was bits and pieces, 6.5 million spread over 6 years, and it was at the tail end of the CIP. So that just needs to be stated. From the fiscal end of this, everything that has to be done, and I know we're still talking about the timing, what has to be determined, what has been determined, that the total needs from a financial end is $15 million to do everything that's required. And to acquire the necessary funding, staff has been in consulting with the city's financial advisor, Nicholas Roca. Nick has helped us keep an eye on the and offering suggestions regarding the city's debt over the past couple of years. And just this last year, he helped with a $1.2 million refunding of a debt issuance. So with that said, to at least go over the financing part of this and what it's going to take to fund this project, which is probably the biggest stormwater commitment that the city's going to face, and any beach community along the beaches that we'll face. We're going to welcome Nick, and he'll go over the funding of it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. As Walt said, I'm Nick Rocca with PFM, the city's financial advisor. And today I'm going to be going over an overview of different financing options related to the city's roadway and stormwater improvements. And please feel free to stop me at any time if you have any questions. So as you just heard, the city is looking to, or is in need of roadway and stormwater improvements to deal with flooding, potholes, and other aging infrastructure issues. This includes redesign, reconstruction of the roadways on Crystal Island, improvements to aging infrastructure, addressing cosmetic and functional obsolete elements, And in addition to the financing for the improvements, the city is also looking and exploring different ideas for additional funding through different types of grants. But today, I'm going to be going over mainly just the financing options. So working with the city's finance department and city manager, we were tasked with structuring a couple of financing options for the city to consider to fund these roadway and stormwater improvements. On the next couple of slides, we present some structuring intended to solve for level debt service for both a 15 and a 20-year term. And both of the, I've initially got them structured as a 15 years, structured as a bank loan financing, and the 20 years of public bond issuance. But it's important to note that we can also go out for bids for a 20-year bank loan as well. And the economics should be roughly the same in the current market. So we based our analysis assuming the project fund would total approximately $15 million in aggregate. And to secure this financing, we assumed a covenanted budget and appropriate of non-ad valorem revenues, which is the same as the 2018 bond, but this is still to be determined. And a portion of this could also be paid by parking revenues, which could also be pledged to help pay the debt. So on this first slide here, we show what a 15-year term financing would look like. The graph there in the bottom right shows the annual debt service payments, which are, we're guessing, approximately $1.2 to $1.3 million. And the final maturity would be in 2034. And this is just a preliminary analysis right now on estimated current market rates. It could fluctuate a little bit, but it should give you a rough idea what you would be looking at if you were to structure over 15 years. And on the next slide, we analyze what would look like if we were going to go out for 20 years. So the annual debt service there would be roughly somewhere between $1 million and $1.1 million, and have a final maturity of in 2039. And the next slide here, on slide 6, we're looking at, so this is just the same two graphs we showed before, but as one, so you can kind of see the difference. You're looking at annual debt service payments. And important to note, if we were to go out for a bank loan RFP and circulate bank loan RFP to potential lenders, we could request that they provide bids for both options. And then when we get the actual bids back, we can run our analysis and give you more accurate numbers of what the costs are going to be, and the city could select the option that it feels is most appropriate. In order to minimize the financing expense incurred, we've included a couple additional financing considerations. With the funds expected to be spent down over a couple of years, the city could request the banks offer something that's known as a drawdown feature, which allows you to only take the amount of money that you need at that time, kind of like a line of credit, but you're locking in the terms here. So this saves, so you're not paying interest on all the funds up front when you might only need half the funds in the next 6 months or a year. And banks will usually allow you to do this over about an 18-month period. Some are shorter, some are longer. Not all banks offer this, but we can always request that they do. And sometimes there is an additional fee related with this drawdown feature because they're pretty much putting those funds aside for the city. And some charge no fee. So this is just something that we'll analyze when we get the bids back. And another strategy, if we weren't able to get a drawdown feature at an attractive rate, looking at where the current market is, how short-term interest rates have risen so much in the last couple of years, we anticipate the difference between what you're going to be borrowing and what you could actually invest those proceeds in to be quite narrow at this time. We show here on the next slide, on slide 8, the green line up there is kind of showing the history trend of municipal market borrowing index, the 20-year AA MMD over the last 2 years. And the blue line is showing what kind of short-term interest rates. Here we just use the 1-year treasury rate for this analysis. But the borrowing rates, what you could put right now in almost a daily liquid fund, are averaging around 2.5%. So if we're only borrowing at around 3 to 3.5%, possibly even lower depending on the term and how aggressive the banks are, you could possibly only be paying at 1% or less, kind of what is known as negative arbitrage, the difference between your borrowing and investing rate. So even if we had to take all those funds at closing for in order to finance all these projects over the next couple of years, instead of doing two different financing, doing financing now and another financing in a year or so. It could be beneficial just to take it all up front, invest those proceeds, and the amount of negative arbitrage you would incur is pretty minimal in the current market.
And just to give you an example or to elaborate on what Nick said as far as the interest earned, the board just approved extending the new 3-year banking contract with Hancock. Our interest earned went from, which was locked in for 3 years at 0.70%. And when we renewed that for another 3 years, we locked it in at 2.4 or close to 2.5. We're getting an extra almost $85,000 a year just in the interest earned. So what Nick is saying is, with this money, if we got this, the interest earned that we would get similar to the Hancock money that we have in our bank, and the interest that we're earning in that example would offset against the interest expense.
Exactly, yeah. Pretty much the money that you have sitting in the bank that hasn't been used yet.
So the bottom line is, we couldn't pick a better time to borrow this money and at least get it and have it ready.
Yeah.
Because the economy, from both standpoints, is rare when you see this, that the interest earned and the interest expense can offset each other in this fashion.
Yeah, because the city's able to borrow at tax exempt rates, but then invest that at taxable rates. So, and just long-term borrowing rates right now are still near historic lows, and the short-term borrowing rates have just gone up recently where they haven't been since the recession back in 2009. Interest rates the short-term interest rate, the Fed just dropped interest rates, and now they've slowly crept them back up. So your short-term investments are actually earning real money nowadays. And on the last slide here that we prepared is just kind of preliminary financing schedule, showing that we're targeting a closing around the October of this year for the financing. And we're looking for direction from the board on how they'd like to proceed with financing the stormwater and roadway projects, and happy to take any questions.
Madam Mayor, if I may, early last year, we brought a resolution to the board to set aside roughly about 50 cents of the increase associated with parking, half being for capital infrastructure and half being to go towards debt. At this particular moment, staff is recommending that we modify that resolution to put the money into the debt service payment, because the intent behind that was effectively to, one, pay down our existing debt, and then to put away money for infrastructure. Well, this plan is going to address infrastructure by the issuance of debt. So we believe that that's something that we need to bring before the board if there is an appetite to make a modification to that, and that would only impact the revenue that's that 50 cents, nothing to do with Archibald Park, as that will continue to remain in the fund as it stands today. Also, we've had conversations internally about the possibility to look at the rate that you charge for parking to assist on helping to fund some of the long-term capital investment. One of the things that we believe is a favorable mechanism for us is the drawdown option, where we would only pay for the monies that we utilize, because some of these projects are going to take a significant amount of time for design and engineering, and then ultimately paying for those, as opposed to getting all $15 million and then you're paying debt services associated with that. So that's some of the things that we are discussing internally on staff and want to bring back to the board for consideration. But the intent really here is twofold. One, to get the board's consensus to move forward with working with our financial advisor to start the process to acquire the funds so we can be ready to move forward with the capital projects. And it is currently referred to as the Crystal Island project, but it's important to note that there is a multitude of other roadways that are incorporated in the overall number of that $15 million that we look to address as part of the project. Crystal Island obviously is the priority out of those roadways that we want to work on, but there is a litany of other roadways in that plan that we've put forward. And I think Director Pierce had some additional
Yeah,
information.
and just to clarify, that resolution that the city manager mentioned, in preparing the budget, there was some wording in that resolution that kind of addresses paying down the debt. And we really would like to change that wording so there's a little more flexibility on how we move the money. And just so the board realizes that it's the general fund that we take the money in the budget and do a transfer to put funds in the debt fund to pay these individual debt obligations. And the prior obligations, as Nick can attest to, are such at a low rate or low interest rate that we may not want to touch them or pay them down, but focus on this new debt, which may appear to be at a high interest rate. But again, as we indicated before, there's going to be an offset between the interest earned and the interest expense, but the upfront cost of that would be at a higher interest rate. And I just want the flexibility for the wording of the resolution so that I can move money out of the general fund into the debt service fund and utilize the additional monies that we got for increasing the parking fees. And I just want the flexibility to do that from a budget standpoint.
Mr. Pierce, can you just verify something at the very beginning? You said this was going to cost $15 million altogether?
This project is, Al Carrier did an analysis of what would it take to take care of all the stormwater problems in this city if we addressed them right away. And I think that figure was $35 million. And this, what we're attacking here and targeting is the most crucial part of that. This is a big obligation, it's a big commitment. After this, we are certainly not done. But this is going to take a big bite out of the problem that we're facing with stormwater in the city. And what we're going after and what Nick is talking about is a serious, large commitment from a budget standpoint and from a fiscal, financial standpoint.
You're calling the draw period basically a line of credit, correct?
It's similar to a line of credit. It would be at a fixed rate.
Versus if we did a bond, and would there be a call penalty on it? If we called the bond early, if we had the money, we had the finances to call early, or we'd have a penalty, what would that cost be? Have we looked at any of those things?
Yeah, so if we were to do a bank loan, you're right, with a publicly issued bond, like the Series 2013 bonds were, those are typically structured with a 10-year no-call period, and then they're callable after that with no penalty. With bank loans, when you're dealing directly with the bank, not going out to the public markets, the prepayment options vary. We would put into the RFP that the city requests a no prepayment penalty or no prepayment penalty option. And some banks are willing to give that right away. There's no time period, and you can call them at any time we want. Some do put in a penalty, or some do require for the first 3 to 5 years you aren't called. It really varies from bank to bank, but that's another thing that we would request that there be no prepayment penalty, but we would analyze all the results afterwards for what would be the best option for the city.
Again, the idea about this drawdown of the funds that we need, what we originally looked at is splitting this $15 million in two with 2 installments, but then there was a cost of issuance that's very expensive as well.
Yeah, you would have to then pay the cost of issuance twice if you were to do that, and you're also taking the interest rate risk. Right now, long-term rates are still hovering near all-time lows, so it's a pretty attractive time to go out for a 20-year 15 to 20-year financing right now. If we didn't do it all at once, you would have the cost of issuance twice, plus you'd be taking that interest rate risk.
And the cost of issuance could range from probably 40 to 50 or 60,000.
Yeah, it would be 40 to 60. I would estimate somewhere in that range for each issuance. Where if you issue it once, it'll probably be about close to 50 to 60,000 for one $15 million issuance. But if you did two $7.5 million, you're looking at least 2 times that, 40,000. So extra 30, 20, 30, 40,000.
So when Nick and I were going over this, it just seemed realistic to get the whole thing all at one time.
You know, my thoughts and opinion is that we tell them to go ahead with this, with looking for the money for the project so we can move forward. We're going to move forward with the project either way, I think, you know. But then come back to us with, you know, what the bond's going to cost us versus what the drawdown or line of credit, whatever you want to call it, is going to cost us, and show us actual numbers. You know, we start working on that, I think. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, the drawdown would be part of the bond of the loan. It's just a feature of it that you pretty much you tell the banks, we want in aggregate you guys to be able to allow us to draw down at least $15 million. They'll give us a rate, and they'll have a minimum drawdown that you have to do at closing. Usually it's about $1 million or so. So you're required to take at least $1 million. Sounds like the city would need at least that, if not quite a bit more, that they want to draw right at closing in October. And then over time, come January, March, you've got a couple more projects lined up and you need another $4 million. Then you go to the bank and say, I need another $4 million, and then the interest rate on your debt starts accruing at that time. So you're not paying all the interest up front on $15 million. You're only paying for $5 million in October plus, and then when you draw another $4 million, you're only paying the interest on that amount when you actually borrow that amount and get it from the bank.
I can't stress enough that the timing of this is desirable. And from a finance standpoint, as finance director, we don't want to delay too much in pursuing this because of the favorable aspects of all of this. We don't want to wait another 2, 3, 4 months to start this, only to find out we might go into a recession and all these things that we're looking at. Interest rates could crash. We have an opportunity here to go forward and to lock this in. And now is the best time, from what Nick is telling us, to do that. And so I guess while we have some planning to do with the actual how we attack the project, as Al outlined, the timing of getting this money is crucial. And that's why we're asking you to give Nick the direction to go forward and not wait.
Well, I've certainly given this a tremendous amount of thought, and it's probably the most exciting thing that I've heard of ever getting done in Madeira Beach, because it's been needed for so long, and I have been a complete advocate of it. So I've discussed it with you. I know where Nick is coming from. I would certainly be an advocate for getting the figures for the 15 and the 20-year bank loan, okay? Trying our best to do that. I'd really like the aspect of that the draw period. I think that's a really an incentive, okay? I think that we do need to proceed on it, soon. Now, because everybody that comes up here, everybody that's in office at one time or another talks about doing the streets, and they've never been done. It's just as simple as that. So, and I would like to definitely think, Director Pierce, that your thought of this 50 cents that we currently have split up to the 25-25, that yes, that the 50 cents should all go to the debt breakdown. I like that idea. And I'm certainly anxious to talk about other things that are on our agenda today with regards to the parking.
Well, as Director Pierce said, this is timing is crucial on this. So the question then is, do we have consensus to go forward with this project?
I've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor.
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah, first off, that 50 cent pay down of debt, that closed more than my permission to go forward with it. I thought, given the projects in the city, we should have been paying down big chunks of debt anyway, especially at the interest rate they were at. Delayed maintenance always costs more. So it's, we're kind of stuck. I think Commissioner Weinstein said it best. This is a project that's been promised for a long time, so we do have to deliver on it. And it's, with the way the interest rates are now, I think it's a really good idea to take a look at it, at least get some numbers that we can crunch a little bit better. I'm a little disappointed that the grant activity in the city hasn't been better. That's free money, and that's money we should be able to get. So I hope some action's being taken on that. Finally, I think the last time that we went looking for money to build this place, there was a delay, and the 6 months cost us about, I don't know, 0.5% to a percent point, right? Well, does that sound about right? Yeah, so, I'm on board. I think we all got to get ready up here, because the next question is going to be, so are we going to raise taxes? Because we got to find ways to pay for this, and I think a quarter increase on parking isn't going to be the answer. So, but I'm all ears. Proceed. As far as I'm concerned, you're good.
Madam Mayor, if I may, listening to the direction of the board, and seems to be consensus with staff proceeding forward, do you also wish for us to schedule a educational, informational session for the residents of Crystal Island to bring them up to speed as to the information that's been provided to us, so we can keep them attuned to the deviation based on the information that we've collected thus far?
Communication is crucial, so yes.
And we can schedule that probably sometime next week or the week after.
So does Nick have the direction to proceed?
I believe so. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now open the floor for public comment on this item.
Chuck Lambert, 565 Crystal Drive, Madeira Beach. Well, I think we've all heard that our needs in Madeira Beach are huge. I mean, you just drive around any of our roads. We bicycle, and they almost all need a lot of work. My biggest fear is Crystal Island might be forgotten again or put on the back burner as it has for the last 7 years. And that was where we were at when we met at our last two meetings here, that we've been forgotten over there. And I've seen the schedules, and they're just proposed schedules up here. And I understand the pros and cons of the stopgap measure. Well, why fix a road and tear it up again? And maybe we shouldn't have proposed that stopgap measure, because it was another promise we can't keep. And that's what people were telling me all along. Chuck, it isn't going to get done. Watch. They were the naysayers. And now we got to go back with mud on our face and explain why we're not going to do the stopgap measure. We're not going to fix Crystal. And in one sense, it makes sense, but in another, maybe it doesn't. And if we could, stay on task and get these projects done in a quick amount of time, I'm all for it. Yeah, let's save $250,000. Al, can we, you had a timetable, it was a little ambiguous from the standpoint we'd start work in January 2020 and go through December 2020. Would that be the end of the construction? 1 year. And the reason I asked the question, because I remember when they did Normandy, and that's only like a half-a-mile road, it took a year or more to do Normandy. They ran into all kinds of problems out there, and I think they're going to find the same thing when they get on Crystal Island, because it's very old. So I just caution everybody, we make promises, we tell people, we want to keep our promises. And the biggest concern, Al, is that if it goes out to 2021, 2022, then we should have done the stopgap measure and fixed Crystal Drive, because it isn't going to last forever, especially when you start running the trucks over there. Thank you.
Jan Wattenpaw, 580 Crystal. I agree with Chuck. We've been here, we have letters saying this project was going to be done for 5 years. Every time we come in here, it's going to be done. They've got the money. and then it doesn't get done. Can we, as we sit here, you commit that on January 20th, we start, no matter what your budget is? We're really tired of this. And like I said the last time, and what Chuck just said, next year it's going to be more expensive. Next year it's going to be more expensive. And all of a sudden our roads are going to fall into the water. And you think we have problems with the waterways now. We're going to have houses floating in the waterway if we don't do something. I mean, it is serious. And we just can't be told one more time that we're looking into it and getting back to it. I agree with John. I mean, if you can't trust people, then our government doesn't work. Thank you.
One more comment, Madam Mayor, just for the interest in transparency. If we're able to get this money and everything's wrapped up and we have it like mid-October, it's targeted for these projects. We can't use it for anything else.
You're right. Right. And Director Pierce, correct me if I'm wrong, the money that was in essence set aside in the capital improvement plan for Crystal Island was a plug number. There was no funding that was set aside.
Exactly.
It was just a number that was placed in the budget. The process that we are undertaking now is to secure the funding, and by the direction that we are getting from the board, monies will be expended from the city to effectively go through the process to secure the money. So on October 1, we have the money on hand, and this also allows for Al Carrier and his team to move forward with the design elements of the roadway. So we're going to try to move as quickly as possible, but this is the furthest we have ever gotten to seeing this project come to fruition, because we will have cash on hand instead of a $4.2 million number that didn't have the money behind it that was provided in subsequent capital improvement plan. And
That's exactly right. It's one thing to have a number on paper without any support to it. This money will be in a bank account that we can show you, and you know what it's for, and it'll be targeted for this particular project. You can't use it for anything else. Well, we get audited every year, and one of the restrictions of one of the aspects of our audit is that if we're restricted on spending certain money on certain things, we have to do that. We can't take it from this pot and put it over here, so we just cannot do that. This money will be also in the stormwater fund and allocated to this project.
Also, I just need to verify, we're going to continue to seek for grants, correct? We're going to continue to seek for grants on this also?
As Al indicated, we do have time, and with the baffle boxes also as an option, those are definitely something that we can get reimbursement from Swift Mud.
but it is limited. It's not that we were attempting to obtain a grant from the Water Management District for 50 cents on the dollar, but since that road does not perk, we're now going to conventional construction, which actually moved up the timeline for us to complete the entire project, because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Carey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the new timeline actually allows for us to finish the project maybe a year or so ahead of schedule than when we talked about the stopgap measure. So, you know, we're always going to continue to pursue grant opportunities for water projects or wastewater projects and those types of things.
And actually, if we had waited, the most we would probably get is probably anywhere from $400,000 to $800,000 from SwiftMud on a reimbursement. Well, you also have to weigh what the increases would be in construction costs, which Al and I also faced. If you wait on these projects, like we did, like on Rex Place, we got reimbursed for that for about $400,000, but yet by the time we got around to doing it, the construction costs had increased by what? About, right. So, you know, sometimes it's a cost of doing business to do it right away, even though it might be nice to seek and get that reimbursement. Sometimes you have to do it from a cost aspect right away instead of waiting, because the construction costs keep going up. And even 137th has went up beyond the budget as well. By what, 300,000?
Mayor, may I say something? I also think that the public and all of us need to know, because we've all been in the same situation as sitting down there before we were ever sitting up here, that I feel very comfortable in really moving forward on this project now, because I have a tremendous amount of trust and faith in our Director of Finance and in our city manager. And I know that there have been many, many problems in past years, many years, where you're right when you talk about the movement of funds, et cetera. But when it's in a dedicated, restricted, you know, that's a very, very critical thing. I mean, I've seen this city go, you know, in 40 years. So I'm very comfortable with the guidance that we've been provided by you and by the city manager to move forward.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this topic? Public comment is now closed. Next item is joint participation agreement, State Road 699, Gulf Boulevard, repaving project update. Mr. Tart.
Madam Mayor, members of the Board of Commissioners, we've asked Steve Tart with CPWG to bring the board up to speed with regards to the resurfacing of Gulf Boulevard. We've had some questions and comments and elements that have been communicated to folk, and we wanted to make sure that you can hear it directly from Mr. Tart and ask any questions concerning the project, and he'll kind of bring you up to speed as to how the project started and where we are today.
Very good. Good afternoon. So actually where we're at today is you all have experienced the construction that started last week. So that's should be completed today or tomorrow. They're doing their cleanup. What they're doing right now is they're doing the base course and getting things prepared for the new signal at 140th. So what will happen now is they're basically going to take a break. They're waiting on the mast arms to be manufactured and delivered to the contractor, Ajax. Once those are received, they will then come back, they'll erect the signal at 140th, and then they'll come back and redo or apply the top friction coat. And that'll happen in the July-August timeframe. And then there'll be miscellaneous things that they'll do kind of September, October as they're cleaning up and finishing up the project. So that's when that will be complete. I was given some information that that somehow the this is not an FDOT project, which is very interesting to me since I have an agreement that I've walked through the system. It's a joint participation agreement, which is a joint agreement between the city of Madeira Beach and the FDOT District 7. So it is definitely a DOT project. It's really, so the plans were prepared and signed by the FDOT roadway engineer. So that was not given, a lot of times consultants will do the FDOT design. They actually did this design in-house. And they do on more simple projects, they keep that all in-house and do that way. So the engineer of record is the Florida Department of Transportation, not CPWG, not the city. The contract that we worked with DOT for the city that you guys executed with them, that contract had to be approved by DOT as well as by the city. When we submitted, put the bid specs together and all that, sent that before it went out for bid, the DOT approved all that also. So they're approving everything as we go. Then once the bid was affected, so what normally happens on a resurfacing job is DOT would do everything, including the letting. Back in 2014-15, because of the undergrounding stuff that we're involved in, we asked them to hold off on the resurfacing, so in case we had to make any holes, so to speak, to do the undergrounding at Gulf Boulevard, we wouldn't be tearing up a brand new road. And that's the reason we're kind of in the process we are now. So to do that, this actually started as a LAP project, which is, it's a different program in DOT where small projects are run through the city. And that's more kind of a wholly run through the city, where the LAP process, the actual design and all that would be done by the city's consultant. This is a JPA, and like I said, this is one where the DOT actually did the design work and all that themselves. And that flipped in kind of the middle of the project. So they changed it from a LAP to a JPA, and I think that was a funding thing internal for them. And so we're in the process, it's underway. To me, worst case, this is a joint project between the city and FDOT. So they are definitely involved. They're not involved in this. This is a 100% reimbursable project to the city from DOT. So this is all DOT's money. DOT has a daily inspector out there along with our CEI group doing the testing and watching the project. They also have a person out there full-time on the project, watching the project also. And so what they, if they have issues with what's going on out there, they have the ability to shut the project down. If they have an issue with MOT, if traffic's too big of an issue, whatever they see that they don't like, they shut the project down. So I would say, so I'm not understanding of the misunderstanding that they're involved, that this is their project, or at least a joint partner in the project. So with that, questions?
I got a question.
Sure.
Did we know this was going to start on Easter week?
Did we know?
Did the city know ahead of time that this was going to be starting on Easter week?
Yeah, there was a meeting with DOT at the Pinellas Maintenance Office, and the new Public Works Director was at that meeting when we set the date.
Yeah, I just, Easter week and week after, we have so many visitors here that just seem kind of ludicrous.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, afterthought, we probably, Ajax is a very skilled and very good contractor, so that was probably something they should have thought a little more of. In Ajax is the main. The contract for you guys is with Ajax as a city. We're overseeing the contract to make sure they deliver and do the work to the level that it needs to be done to DOT specs. So I assume at the time DOT, like I said, we had the meeting, everybody agreed, DOT agreed, and so I'm not sure. I'm not sure, John, if we just didn't think about hey, this is Easter weekend.
I know there's no good time.
Right, there is no good time.
The summer crowd, you got the snowbird crowd, you got the Easter crowd.
There's always
something. There's no good time. It just seemed really kind of strange.
Right.
Ooh, bless you.
Hi, Steve.
I did.
Good. Well, there's better times, yes, than trying to do it during Easter week. Can we try, and I don't know if this is already set in stone, if I remember, this project started back in the initial memorandums went out in January of 2018, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we were talking about 16.
Yeah, we had delays early on when the project started. There was a delay over whether or not to paint the mast arms.
Okay.
There was a multi-month delay on getting a response for that.
From who?
From this side.
From us?
Yes.
So we had a multi-month delay.
A couple, 3 months, something like that. Not a big deal. But then what happened?
2-3 months is a big deal, but that's
well.
Never mind. I want to move on. Sure. My real question to you is, can we make sure that if they're coming back July, August, can we make sure that we try to push this to the end of August? Because I had lots of business owners come in freaking out. It was a bad 7 days for, we had a great season, so we shouldn't really complain that much. But this was avoidable, and hopefully we can do it. Is there any way of pushing that back?
Yeah, we can talk to Ajax and express to them on behalf of the city.
Yeah, right when the kids go back to school,
you'd like to push
they can
back
go.
beyond.
August, September would be lovely.
Right.
That would be great.
Right. The only thing, we'll talk to them. The only thing, they may come back. Hopefully they won't do that. They could ask for a delay and ask for extended financing because of that, or additional funding because they've got their MOT and that thing deployed. But we should talk to them and see, because some of the delay was on them.
Yeah.
They were slow on getting their utility coordination done. There was a pretty extensive delay on the mast arms, which is why they have been pushed back in terms of being availability to deliver those. And that's not just a Madeira Beach problem, that's a national problem. And even crazy enough as it sounds, a tariff.
Yeah, it was a tariff.
Tariff stuff's going on with Trump also created an issue in part of the delivery.
Damn, Trump did it again, man.
Trump's
Got to blame somebody, right? No, cool. But yeah, if we could, and just shoot us an email or what have you, I would just really like that addressed. That if we can punch that back, if it's supposed to be, because please don't come out here on July 4th week.
No, I don't want to.
It'll be Armageddon.
So I
People will
feel
kill
like
you.
a little bit I'm coming to the principal's office, well deserved.
Okay, cool.
Coordinate that a little better. That's all on us. Full shoulders on us. We'll make sure that we coordinate with Mr. Evans and the rest of his team to make sure that when they come back out to repave, that's appropriate and it's agreed to at the highest levels of the city to make sure we don't have any issues.
Thank you, Mr. Tart.
Welcome.
But Steve, if they don't give us a real commitment that they will follow up, for instance, in August, which I think would be great too, then I think that we need to keep it on July, because Lord knows, we might go back to October or November if they don't.
I will say this, it's in their best interest to do this project as soon as they can. The longer a project drags out for them, the less money they make. It is a lump sum project for them, so so they're only getting one price. So whatever long it takes, and they get the same amount of money. So it behooves them to do this as quickly as possible.
Well, it has been an inconvenience, but I'll say I've never seen, in all the years that they've done Gulf Boulevard around here, I have not seen anything as smooth operation. I mean, they have, as you said, those supervisors out there. I walk that street every day and sniff that old asphalt, but I've noticed, I mean, they're walking around and they're checking, they're everything. They're everywhere, and they are moving very swiftly. They're not hanging around. They're not looking at anything. They move it, and it's getting done. So
we had another unfortunate thing that Duke was out there changing a pole out for a condominium, and they were moving traffic to one lane. Ajax was moving traffic to the other lane, but that all got straightened out pretty quickly. And there wasn't a coordination, and there's not really a way to coordinate. Duke comes out and does their thing. Ajax was doing their thing, and there wasn't a way for them to coordinate that they were all going to be at the same spot, starting on the same morning. So, but we try to deal with those things as quickly as we can when they come up.
Steve, you said that we were waiting for a light box or something?
The mast arms that go across the road. So instead of being wires, you're going to have the pole mast arms across the roadway for hurricane.
So they're waiting for that, then
They are.
the road should be done.
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll come out, and there's a possibility in late May, early June, they may be out there for a couple days pouring the drilled shafts, but we're still working to coordinate that with them, and that's the drilled shafts are the pedestals to bolt the poles to across the roadway. But they will not come back out till the poles are in. They'll place the poles and do the roadway. Because you don't want to tear up the new asphalt with the trucks putting up the mast arms. That's why they wait.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
All right,
Hart.
thank you, appreciate it.
Floor is now open for public comment on this item. Floor is closed. Next item. County tipping fees and update, and fiscal impact.
Madam Mayor, members of the Board of Commissioners, this item before you this afternoon is to talk about the increase in tipping fees that will be levied by Pinellas County for the purposes of disposing of the City of Madeira's waste. Currently, the City of Madeira Beach operates a full-service sanitation and collection program and is a completely self-sustaining enterprise fund where no property tax revenue is utilized for the purposes of supporting that fund. That fund is derived by user fees that pay a fee for service. But roughly about 19% of the expenses of the fund are associated with the disposal fee. The solid waste is taken to the waste energy plant, and the City of Madeira Beach is charged $37.50 per ton, which is referred to as the tipping fee. And the tipping fee has remained the same for almost 2 decades. In 2025, the capacity power agreement between Duke Energy and Pinellas County will expire. Pinellas County has developed a technical management committee that reviews the fees for service, and for the last 20 years, they have not recommended an increase in the tipping fees for the landfill operation. A study was conducted and presented to the Board of County Commissioners, which they adopted, and the impact over the next couple of years will go as followed. This year, we'll see an increase of 6%, and the 3 following years, you'll see an increase about 6.2%. Currently, the City of Madeira Beach pays on a monthly basis about $23,000 in tipping fees. If the increase goes into, when the increase goes into effect, you're going to see an increase of about $1,400 per month to your tipping fees. In subsequent years, obviously, the fees are going to go up. You have a healthy, unrestricted fund balance in your sanitation fund of approximately $1.3 million. Staff is bringing this item before the Board of Commissioners to get a perspective as to how do you wish to proceed as part of the budget process. Is this something that the board wishes to absorb the increase for 1 year, or look at the possibility of, through your budget discussions, having a conversation about making modifications to the sanitation fee? We did also request information from Pinellas County with respect to their fund balance, and their fund balance in their sanitation fund is well over $90 million. The reason that the fund is so strong, it is predicated on that they believe that eventually they'll need to acquire property for landfill operations, the waste energy plant, et cetera. So they are putting money aside for the purposes of a long-term capital investment. So staff stands prepared to answer any questions you may have and requesting direction as to how you would like to proceed as part of the budget process. Would you like for us to look at absorbing the impact to the residents for this budget year, or having the conversation about passing the fees on to the users? But we can anticipate costs to increase over the next couple of years. And staff stands prepared to answer any questions that the Board of Commissioners may have.
I think that we need to look at it for next budget year, starting in October, to pass it on. You know, I know $1 million sounds like a lot of money that we have in the fund for the sanitation, but, you know, if down the road we're going to need trucks, we're going to need other things, and that money's going to go real quick. So I think that we need to, whatever fees that were being increased, we need to pass that on.
I agree.
I agree with that. I've always been so proud of our sanitation department and our workers, and they're so good, and I want to keep the service the same, and I support the increase to be passed on.
Any other comments from the board? If not, we will bring this item for consideration as part of your budget workshop with staff.
Okay. Public comment is open at this time for this item. Public comment is closed. Next, we have parking policy issues and discussion. Director Pierce.
Mayor and Commissioners, this item is, there are some parking policy issues and discussion, basically 5 items that we've faced the last couple of years, and all of a sudden we just would like to discuss some of these, and with that, some of these deal with code enforcement and volunteer desk, and these policy issues will be outlined in detail by Parking Supervisor Brian Rao.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, what we have, the slide you guys have, and for everybody, it's just tried to logically break these down. So we go through the policy piece, and then the second agenda item is the financial piece. And I broke it down into the 5 subgroups that you guys have in your memo. Starting with the resident parking, as we've been working with folks over the last month or so, we've come to find out that there seems to be some discrepancies on who thinks they're a resident and not. We talked to Mr. Brooks, code enforcement, Mr. Evans. We had a meeting a few weeks ago, and we kind of came up, Mr. Brooks came up with a new definition. It's in your packets there under the recommendation, but I'm not sure it's quite sufficient to meet the needs. Some of the challenges are, if you live aboard a boat at any marina, and you use that as a weekend home, are you a resident? If you live in Orlando and own a condo here
on the beach and you use it as a weekend, are you a resident? I don't think that's for me to decide. I think that's for Mr. Brooks to recommend to you guys. So this discussion truly is, what's the definition of a resident? And really the big addition we're recommending is setting the maximum resident pass at 3 for a dwelling. We don't currently have a limit. I'm not sure that it's abused, and we could certainly discuss if we wanted to, adjust that number. That's just kind of the number we came up with, so people aren't giving all their kids that live all over St. Petersburg or Pinellas County getting more and more resident passes for folks.
But when they come in for a pass, don't they have to show the registration? So if I bring my daughter's registration in, that's not my registration. So why are we giving a pass for my daughter? That's number one question. Number two question, you said 3 passes per household. Here it says 3 passes per resident. So I'm kind of confused.
Well, and so to your first point, Commissioner, if you live full-time someplace else, St. Petersburg, but you own a condo here as a beach condo, but you register your car.
But I'm going to have a tax bill, an electric bill, a utility bill and stuff like that.
Yes,
My
sir.
daughter is not going to have that. So if the car is under her name, she should also be able to bring in property tax or utility bill or something like that, saying, hey, I live here.
You're hitting the nail right on the head, Commissioner. We need to clean that definition up, but I recommend that we get the city attorney to give you guys something to work with there. It is written in your packet, his proposal. Again, I'm not sure it answers the full mail that we're looking for, but truly, what's the definition of a resident?
Well, it also talks about bona fide occupancy. What's that definition?
Yes, ma'am, I am not the.
Who says?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, to me, that's what a resident is, it's bona fide occupancy. I can't imagine that, for instance, there's, except for single family or duplex, maybe multi, up to 5 units or something, but I can't imagine that a scenario where there is a condominium that they don't have parking for the owners or the people who live there. They have adequate parking. I think what we need to address there is the visitors. Is that correct?
Well,
Is visitors to those.
I'm just trying to back you up one step, Commissioner. We're just talking, this is the reason we put this up there, so we can kind of focus on the one issue. Again, you have that slide in your packet. Resident specific. So the resident passes that we issue to the residents of Madeira Beach, we're getting people that think they're a resident, they're not. As we understand it, the city limits goes basically across over to those houses on American Legion Drive. There's a handful of houses over there. But what if you live in one of those boats over there full-time? Are you a Madeira Beach resident? Do you get your mail to a post office box? Again, the point I'm trying to make is we're just trying to clean this up, and I believe we need to come up with a recommendation from the city attorney to you guys.
And what we're talking here is not a lot, but their number is enough to get a little confusing, and the guidance that we have to provide to the volunteers up front when the people come in and give out this information.
Right. The volunteers up front kind of run this program for us. Residents come in, they bring their information in, and the folks issue them their passes. And then we put it in the computer database, which populates then my enforcement officers' handbooks, or handouts, out in the field. So we owe you, I think, better information on this one, a better recommendation from the city attorney. I was hoping to have a discussion, but obviously we're.
And we still have to amend the ordinance to clean this up. But I guess on this one issue, we're just throwing it out to you and indicating some of the issues that we're having with it and the way it's defined.
Okay, so the second issue we were talking about is visitor parking passes. We've been issuing visitor passes to folks generally for overflow parking for some of the condominiums who have limited parking, but it's actually open to anyone. And we issue those passes. However, nowhere in the city ordinance does it allow for overnight parking. So in order to clean that up a little bit, we actually have to authorize people to park overnight, because technically they should all be moving their cars at midnight and re-emplacing them at 6 a.m. So definitely recommend we make that update as well. Again, but it also is ordinance, so we will be proposing kind of overall updating the ordinances and understanding the process that goes along with that. So,
Brian, what's the update? Are we going to go to 24-hour parking or?
right.
Okay.
So visitor
That makes sense.
passes, basically changing the name from visitor passes to overnight parking passes, thus allowing the folks who, as we issue them already, they actually, let's call it legally, are parking in their spots for the purposes that we're giving it to them.
And as you know, the previous meeting, we suggested increasing the weekly rate for this, and the board agreed changing it from 25 to 40 weekly and monthly from 75 to 90. Just to mention that.
And the visitor passes, definitely, I don't know, I mean, this is probably years and years ago, but I'm glad you're cleaning it up now, okay? And I agree, it should allow for overnight parking. There's no reason, you know, I can't imagine when in the city we wouldn't, but it's just, you know, we just didn't take it out for some reason, you know.
Well, it doesn't.
Or never allowed it.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just, you read the ordinance and you don't notice the lack of that line being in there, so.
Right. No, I agree.
So was there direction from the board to clarify that?
It is for me. We need to get the lawyer to do a better, we need to get Mr. Brooks to do a better qualification of a resident, name it. And I think that we should use the 3 vehicles per dwelling and add the provision for overnight parking for visitor pass.
The third item is back-in parking. Pinellas County removed their prohibition on that last April. I attached the two, there's a typo in the copies of the 2 ordinances, county ordinances I gave you. They're both dated the same, of February. One of them is February, the other one's April. So in February, in April of last year, they updated the ordinance to remove the no back-in. As I'm sure most of you know, Dunedin last year went through a pretty large PR nightmare with back-in parking. I included a couple articles for you as well there. With the advent of backup cameras, I truly think, and many of our northern visitors, I talk to Canadians almost daily who are like, I don't understand. I'm told to always back in. So I certainly think we ought to remove that prohibition as well.
My concern on that is, you know, okay, some states you're required to have license plates on front and back. Most states anymore, it's just on the back. So if your people have got to walk around vehicles that are in front of this one, they're behind this one, you know, is it not a safety issue, especially if they back all the way into bushes, you know, and stuff like that? How do your people get to see the license plate number? You know, that's my question when I read this. It's like, how do we correct that?
Mr. Brooks also included a provision, so vehicle back-in parking is permitted if the license plate of the vehicle can still be readily observed, except in a no back-in parking sign is posted for a particular lot or space. So, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, to your point, Commissioner, my guys actually take it personally if you back into a bush, and they're going to go find your license plate. Okay. And there's a couple places that have bushes, Johns Pass Park, right against the condos that it's getting the new roof there. That's one specifically people will back in thinking they're never going to see my license, but yeah, they're going to see it. And then they're going to tell me, and if they call up and go, why'd you give me a ticket? Yeah. So we are certainly aware of that. But I agree with you.
I see what Mr. Brooks wrote here, But how do you tell the people that come in for, permit, or whatever, if you have a license plate on the front, and that's basically what this is saying, then you can back in, but getting people to read that and understand that is really crazy.
Commissioner, I would tell you that there are, give or take, 100 no back-in parking signs throughout the city.
They still back in.
Yet people
I
still back
understand
in.
that. I do.
Constantly. So I think from
I'm just more worried about safety for your employees. That's my main concern. If you're saying there's no safety issue, for your employees, then I'll look at it differently. But when I read this, that's what I thought is the safety issue.
I don't see any difference. I don't think the safety is anything different. If they back in anywhere along Johns Pass Village, that's actually better for my folks because they don't have to get off the sidewalk. So there's very few places where that would come into effect. Okay. I don't see that as an additional danger.
In fact, in some instances, you said backing in might be more safety. In some instances, in some lots.
And actually, Commissioner, the equipment that's used to show that license plate is just changed. I mean, years ago, they used to have to physically walk behind there, and look at it. Now they've got all kind of little sensors and cameras and everything, so it's more easy. It's easier, it's more visible now, or it's easier to identify that license plate now than it was 10 years ago. So a safety issue is kind of irrelevant? Or?
Again, I don't see that it's the inherent risk of them walking through parking lots, which again, another reason for the green shirts is to make them very visible. I don't see it any different if they're backed in. I don't think we're gonna have that many more people back in, other than maybe along the seawall that you and I have talked about there in Johns Pass Park along the seawall to fish. People love to fish off the back of their pickup trucks. So that's where I see the majority of the folks still doing it.
The only problem I see is the wording that says it needs to be readily observed. But that's a judgment call. One person might say, oh yeah, that was easy to read, but you gave me a ticket. Well, but it was easy to read. And they say, no, it wasn't.
We always take pictures. So they are required to take a minimum of 3 pictures for every ticket.
Okay.
So they're able to kind of reach around and use their
device and snap a photo as necessary.
That answers that.
That's why when a lot of people go beyond Brian and go to the city manager or myself, we're provided the tickets even before they call. So we're aware of the situation and where the car is. And we've had some people call us and say they didn't see the parking station, and we had a picture that their car was right in front of it. So, and they were surprised that we have pictures when they call.
That's good.
Well, I've never been a proponent for back-in parking, but I am now, and I think we should remove the restriction. I take down all those signs, recycle them, and use them for something else.
It's an option.
We can sell them to another city. Who's got back-in parking?
Number 4 here is, don't know if you all are aware or not, there is a city ordinance, 66-98, designating a spot in Johns Pass Village for a resident that lives in an apartment kind of at the north end of Johns Pass Village on the 2nd floor. That is the only spot the city allocates to a resident full-time. In discussion we had with code enforcement and the city manager, it was recommended that we remove that and basically treat all the residents the same so they get their normal parking, normal resident parking rates, but they don't get their own reserved 24-hour spot.
I agree with that.
That's been there a long time, too.
I know, it's been there since 1980-something, hasn't it?
I believe 1983.
1980, yeah. It was done when the parking meters were first put into the village, or not first put into the village, but first thought about, because they weren't put into the village until the early 90s, the parking meters. That's correct. It was Christensen's, yeah, it was Christensen who lived in there.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, we do have the property owner here in attendance to speak to that particular issue once public comments are open.
Okay, fine. I'm just not personally understanding why we need to remove that. It's just one spot, and is it fair? I mean, it's not fair to the tenant to have to go park 2 blocks down the street, or, I mean, it's just one spot. I mean, it's just a nice thing to do.
Madam Mayor, it's your prerogative there for the board. This is, if we're going to give one resident a spot, that was the perspective of the staff. If we're giving one resident a spot, why aren't we giving any of the other resident spots?
Because that resident lives there.
Yes, ma'am, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you how we came to this discussion.
I don't agree that it should be kept as designated anymore, because I think that if we allow if the resident pass is used, the reason I don't think it should be allowed anymore, because now it sets a precedence, okay? Now we know that one's got it, okay? And we know it's been there for years, but I think another arrangement can certainly be made to satisfy the...
But aren't there some rules about grandfathering something in because it's been there so long?
If I can have our Community Development Director, Ms. Linda Portel, come up and address the board, because we did have some concerns with respect to carving out a piece of legislation for one particular individual, because I think that leaves you more exposed than you would think. So, Director Portel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. There were some issues that when we talked to the attorneys about this, there was concern about favoritism and carving one particular spot out for one residence. There are other residential units down in the pass, and those people do not have a dedicated parking space on the street for them. Not only that, it's available to that person 24 hours a day. It's permanently marked out. Finally, because it's been going on so long, you do have the issue in the charter that does not allow the city to convey any piece of property, no matter what size, for permanent use outside of the city general purposes. And in this case, what you're doing on an ongoing basis is conveying the use of that property. You're not allowed, according to the charter, to do that for any piece of property that would be reserved for a use for 10 years or more. So we were just trying to address how to avoid a legal problem and a conflict with the charter language.
Yeah, I mean, that explains it right there. I mean, we just passed that addendum, 2 elections ago? No, that was further back, 4 elections.
Oh, yes, that's a 2006.
Yeah, wow, was that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's, legally, we can't do it. I don't see any way around that, even if it's been grandfathered for a long time. Unless we decide it's grandfathered, it can't be done, because we'll have more people knocking on our doors saying, well, what about my spot? What about my spot? It's not just John's Pass, there's other areas in the city where that's going to happen.
Right, this particular ordinance is written with a section that says it can be overturned or removed at any time as the city sees fit. In terms of when it was put, as you said, it was there many, many years ago, before the conveyance issue was adopted into the charter. But those type of ordinances, as I understand from the attorneys, and we have one sitting here, are usually retroactive because they affect the way you're supposed to use the property going forward, but that's up for the attorneys to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the idea if it's just one spot, because somebody's going to say, well, it's just one spot, and what do? Then we got to turn around and readdress this again. I just, unless there's a glaring reason why we do it, I just don't see legally how we can.
Well, if it's against the charter, that's something that we have to go by, but I think that the difference is the other people who live in the village, they have driveways, they have street they can park on, they have garages. This apartment doesn't. But if it's against the charter, then our hands are tied.
I don't know that there's any other structure within that metered parking that has that has a person living there, within the metered parking, okay? And that's what we're talking about. I mean, it's all metered right there. So, no, I'm for removing the 66-98. And I know that we can work out an amicable, the property.
Item 5, Commissioners, is really just kind of a general cleanup of the parking ordinances from 66-71 to 66-98. Multiple times we list the parking lots, and it's just not a very well-written list. So the majority of this recommendation is cleaning up that. Also, the actual parking fees are listed in the ordinance. Instead of saying, see the fee schedule, it actually says parking is $2 an hour. So we need to fix, obviously, get it up with the rest of the monetary things that change inside the ordinances along with that. And really, that's the gist of Section 5 there. It's administrative cleanup, just for clarity's sake.
And the only thing I would suggest as far as cleanup is actually to leave in the item saying that the lot at 14400 is a county lot. Just to leave that in there so people are aware if they look this up and they go, oh, they might just assume it was a city lot.
Okay. We need to change it because it actually says the city lot at.
Oh, okay.
So that
true,
was
it
written,
does.
as I understand it, it's been over 10 years since the county took over maintenance of that lot. So we just need to, again, it goes to the cleanup. We can absolutely, we'll leave that in our recommendation, but we will clarify that that's a county lot and not a city lot.
I think that would be a good idea for the public.
Yes, ma'am.
And Madam Mayor, if we can go to then item, I'm sorry.
This is the end of agenda item E.
I'm sorry?
And this is the end of this agenda item.
Oh,
And then if we need to go, when you're ready, we'll move on to the financial item F.
I got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Starting next year, we're not going to have the stickers for the cars anymore, correct?
Well, it's something we have discussed, Commissioner. We didn't say we were going to get rid of them. We said we can save some money by not printing off these stickers because the technology is there. You come in, register, and it shows up in the handheld that my officers have.
That was my question. I know, like right now, if someone's sitting out at that front desk and I'm a visitor and I come in and I purchase a monthly parking pass, is that going to go into the computer right then? So, so that your people out there know that I'm a visitor and I've paid for a month, and then they're going to say, but this expires on this date.
Visitors are given an actual paper pass, and it's specific to a lot. So if you get for 133rd Avenue, you can't go park in the village for free. You have to pay still at the village or anywhere else. It only is for that specific lot. For the visitor pass. Residents, different. Obviously, they can park anywhere in the city.
Okay. I did not know that. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more discussion from the board?
Taking the opportunity to clean it up.
Floor is open for public comment.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rock O'Neill. My family started coming to Madeira Beach when I was a child. We would visit my grandparents in Tampa, and we would come to the beach in Madeira Beach. It was probably in the 60s. In the 70s, my first wife and I moved to this area, And we bought our first home in Madeira Beach. So we've been involved in Madeira Beach throughout my life. I'm 70 now. Our family owns the building that has the parking space. My parents lived there for many years. I've lived there for years, a couple. There's a possibility, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be, there's the possibility I might move back to that apartment. So, we have an interest in the parking space because without the parking space, it really would be extremely difficult to live there. Just think about, a rainy day and you've got 2 weeks of groceries in the back seat of your car and, where are you going to be? You don't know. I don't know how the residents' parking permits might work. I mean, that's a possibility, sure. I mean, I'm open-minded, but I just know that I think that if you remove that parking space, I think our tenant will leave, which is not the end of the world, but, the parking space came about because before there weren't parking restrictions. It came about when parking became more restricted. My mom she's 92, she could tell you the history better than I, but I believe that there was a beginning, the first restrictions were basically you could park so many hours. And then later the parking meters came about. So that's kind of a little bit of the history. Would really appreciate, you considering, some way of helping us have a parking space there. Thank you.
I'm Bob Bello, 13301 Gulf Lane. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. First, I want to thank Mr. Evans for granting me a temporary solution until a permanent solution could be put in place for my parking issue. Hate to open a Pandora's box or what have you. I also want to thank Mr. Andrews for the information about the meeting, make sure my voice is heard on this issue. There's been some unintended consequences by removing the resident parking spot at the end of Gulf Lane at 133rd 2 weeks ago. I know it's small potatoes, but in a nutshell, by removing the resident parking spot, it forces me to either park my second vehicle on my parking pad in tandem or park in a spot that could be generating revenue for the city. The last thing I want to do is impact any revenue for the city. If I park 2 vehicles in tandem in my parking pad, one of the vehicles will sit behind the paid tourist parking spots and make it very difficult, if not impossible, for the tourists backing out, and in reality making the parking spots unusable and a constant headache for the tourist and homeowner. So 33 years ago, instead of the resident constantly complaining that tourists are backing into the parking pad, hitting the fence, and hitting his vehicle, the resident city agreed to allow the resident to utilize the space to the left of the property to park. This has been a beneficial arrangement to allow the resident to safely park and the city to maximize parking fees by having 2 to 3 additional paid parking spots. To illustrate the tourist backing up issue, there's some photos there. Picture 1 shows just my wife's vehicle on our parking pad, note the open space to the left. Picture 2 shows my vehicle parked in my old parking, the parking spot's been removed, next to my wife's, where the resident parking sign has been for 33 years. Note how it's beyond the paid parking spot so tourists can't back into us. Picture 3 shows the configuration if I park in tandem, which I can do. But 4 through 7 clearly illustrates the unintended consequences. Tourists will not be able to back out of the paid parking spots unless I move my vehicle or they hit my car. Please note the nose and the back of the bumper locations on the pictures. It's not possible for a tourist to back out unless they go over and onto the parking pad. That's precisely why the city and the previous resident agreed to that resident spot. I've never complained about people backing up into my yard, hitting my gate. I just want to be able to safely park my car. It's a win-win for everybody if we could reinstitute that. Now, just so you know, in the 1 week of trying to do the tandem parking, my vehicle was hit once, and I had people knock on my door 5 times to move my truck so they could get out. So to protect my vehicle and prevent me from blocking in any tourists this past week, I resorted to parking in a paid spot, which I could park there for free. As mentioned, I don't want to take any parking revenue away from the city, but I also don't want my vehicle damaged or vandalized by somebody who's upset that I blocked them in. Thus, I'm asking the city would consider reinstating that parking spot that was there for 33 years as a reasonable compromise to protect my property for safety concerns and to maximize the number of spots for which the city can generate revenue. Again, I hope to work with the city to find a solution that's beneficial for the city, myself, and the tourists.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this subject? Public comment is now closed. The next item is parking financial discussion, implementation of new Parkmobile app.
Madam Mayor, there is one, because of number 3 probably being a debated issue, I'm just going to let Brian summarize number 1 and number 2 items on here.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I'll give you a snapshot of the current revenue, and we did this a couple months ago where we forecasted revenue for the rest of the year, and for all the reasons kind of listed in the memo, great weather, raising the fees, the system being a little bit easier to use, we're actually $70,000 above the forecast we gave you, I believe, in February. In the chart I gave you, I broke down when we switched from $2 to $2.50. Do you all see the chart I'm looking at? It's an Excel spreadsheet chart. Just want to make sure we're seeing it. And then obviously the low income for the red tide months where we turn parking off, but we all know that we were affected well into December for that. And down in February of this year, you'll note that that's where we started the coinless kind of pilot test there at Archibald Park. So all in all, revenue is up, and our folks are doing a nice job there rotating. And our new part-timer is really, he's doing a great job out there circulating around Johns Pass Village, helping folks out.
And it can't be said enough, what the Park Mobile phone app has done. It's just been a great surprise to us how many people are taking advantage of this. We didn't even publicize it, and it was taking off the first couple of days.
It's actually, we're 2 or 3 to 1 people using Park Mobile, which started last week. We started it on the 12th officially, was kind of halfway working on about the 11th of November, or I'm sorry, April, so a little over a week ago. And yeah, about 2 to 1, 3 to 1 people using Park Mobile versus the Way to Park app, which is, and this is in addition now. People are same amount of people, about 3% use Way to Park, which is the app we've had for about a year. And now with Park Mobile, we're getting an additional, currently about 5% folks. So it just makes it a little easier for folks to pay for parking while they're here. And then I'm going to go to number 4, which is the conversion to credit card. The test that we've had down at Johns Pass Village, Archibald Park, has gone off without a hitch. I know Larry talked, I think last month about it, that she's got no negative. We talk to folks regularly down there. Any problems with this? No. So we've ordered conversion kits to take it throughout the city. The dollar figures are in there. It's going to cost us about $1,100 for these conversion kits and installation, but we're probably going to save $300+ a week in the amount of time between collecting coins, counting coins, the city accountant doing his business at his end, and it's better control. We don't have quite a bit of, a couple $1,000s in coins floating around that we have to manage as well. The slight negative is just the folks that use the change machines in Johns Pass Village for their businesses, some of the merchants. So we want to make sure we give them ample notice minimum 2 weeks to make sure they understand that the city, we're not going to have the coins, we take the coins out of the machines to fill the change machines there. Well, obviously, if we're not collecting coins, we're not going to be able to do that. So we just need to go on a good campaign.
You know, and I can't stress enough from a finance director standpoint that the process of collecting cash and coins, the counting of it, and as Brian indicated, it takes probably 3 people to watch and to make that thing happen, and it's 12 to 15 hours a week. The participation is going, it's just going down. A couple of months ago it was at 10%, and I thought that was low, but it is now at 4%, and it's keep decreasing. So it's really getting to a point where it's not really cost feasible for us to keep maintaining the coinage as an option. And again, from the control aspect of cash, and then having 3 people dedicated to, in a room, to oversee this, and then, you know, lug bags of coins into my office into a safe, and only to have it to be transported out by an army guard truck. It just doesn't make any sense anymore. And the time has come to just cut. Tampa, St. Pete, their downtowns are totally credit card driven on parking. And so everybody's getting away from this. And the Archibald is working so well as the test pilot. We originally were looking at October 1st to go 100% toward credit card processing, but it's going so well, and the decrease of using coins, we actually wanted to make this June 1st and activate it at that time. But we're receptive to what the board, any comments that you might have on that?
I say go for it.
I know, and I never would have thought I would think that, I mean, that I would see that to be such a wonderful idea, but I know that it is. And I know that it will work because you've already got the track record started. But what I would suggest is, because so many people are dependent on going into the businesses in the village, you know, for change and stuff, that somebody personally, you know, that it's not just a letter that goes out to them, that our parking people actually go out and visit every shop and give them that notice so they can put it on their, you know, well, so that they can keep it. But make sure that someone signs for it, because you're going to have a lot of people that say, oh, I never got it, I never got it. So maybe go out 2 times or whatever, but just to ensure them that we're working with those businesses, okay? But we know what we need to accomplish also. So it needs to be done early on.
Yes, ma'am. I'm personally going to go visit every business in Johns Pass Village and say, hand them a letter to the manager or the owner of the business and say, on this date, again, at least 2 weeks out. Obviously, I want to give them notice. If people are relying on our machines to get their quarters to run their business, and some of them do, there's no doubt about it. When you see 3 $20 bills in a row in the change machine, that's clearly not a visitor.
And are you going to then remove those that they're built into the wall wherever they are?
Well, the 2 that we need to remove, we have one built into the wall. It's actually in the bathroom wall.
Right.
Kind of near the back of the VFW there. And then the other 2, one is at the chamber building that is coming down soon at some point, I understand it. And then the other one is way down at the north end, kind of right next to the Tervis shop. And neither one of those are mounted. So.
Oh, they just be removed, right?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
just taken away. Yeah.
Right. I mean, they're bolted to the ground and whatnot, but it's not construction to get it out.
Right. I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you might be one person working there one day and then someone the next day and someone didn't communicate it to someone else, so it'll just save us a headache. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, so number 3, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, number 3 is probably one thing we just want to get direction from the board, and with Linda coming to the board the first meeting in May with the fee schedule with the first reading, we just want to get any direction from the board, and knowing that it is budget season and knowing that we are committed to some major projects, there's one shot here of looking at the parking fees again and the parking rates. And we provided information to you that St. Pete Beach is at $275, Treasure Island is still at $250 where we are, and Clearwater is at $3. Now, when we increased the parking fees last year from $2 to $250, everything that I heard from the board at that time, that everything was going to be dire, that people weren't going to come here, nothing has stopped. And you heard the revenue that Brian has suggested or reported. Knowing what the projects that we have and knowing that the budget is going to be tough to balance this year for 2020, and I will tell you that right up front, something we're going to have to increase. If it's not this revenue stream, it's going to have to be something. And I haven't calculated all the numbers. I have received almost all the requests from the departments. There are needs there that they have, but knowing what I know at this point, it's going to be difficult if we don't increase something. And I'm actually hoping that the ad valorem and the tax base increases at least by 8 or 9%. But even still, I don't feel like that's going to be enough. There has to be something else that helps us. So I guess we have another shot to look at this, and knowing that we have to balance and look forward to balancing this very tough budget that's ahead of us. We have one shot to look at this and to change the fee schedule one more time. And so that's before you for discussion.
Are you saying we need to discuss that now or soon?
I know time is limited tonight, and it's late already, but I mean, we're looking at getting some direction from the board. Again, you know, we need to have another revenue stream help us with the projects that we have and balancing this budget. Another 25 cents of an increase is going to bring in another 200 to 250,000. And with the obligations that we have, that's something that we just can't pass by.
You know, I think we need to have, I know we're in a workshop right now, but I don't think a lot of people knew about this. I think we need to get some feedback from the past. I think we need to get some feedback from Lori and a lot of the other business owners around here, because I'm not really sure. What did we do, a 50-cent increase in June of last year? And then another quarter now, or 50 cents. I mean, you're talking, I mean, how many times can you turn the turnip and still get juice out of it? I don't know. We're going to hit a breaking point at some point, and then people are going to start going somewhere else. And maybe this isn't it. Maybe it's $5. Who knows? But I think we probably should get some feedback from some of our business owners and some of our residents on this before we really discuss this intently. And I know we have budget coming up, and we know we got to talk about it soon. But I'd be more comfortable knowing what everybody else thought before we just kind of leave it on us.
I just want to stress this one more point. As we entered the budget process, I had a feeling the last 2 years that we were looking at a millage increase. Even the previous budget, I was thinking of it. As we enter this budget process, I can almost guarantee, even if the tax base increased by close to 10%, I think that we're looking at a millage increase here, and it's just how much. It's not if. It's how much we're looking at. And I just want to advise the board of that. I know it's kind of early in the budget process for me to say that, but I mean, if we're looking at one more shot at the fee schedule and making a change on a major revenue stream, I have to mention this.
Well,
I think we need to
I appreciate your mentioning it.
expenses.
I appreciate your bringing it up. I think it's very important. I think that it's when things are not brought up and we don't have the proper roadway to go is when we get stuck. But I will still say that our city metered parking is the cheapest. I mean, I hate to use the word cheap, but it is, because you have to consider Florida parking in private lots right all through the village. And the parking is probably more spaces than our metered spaces, charges $5 an hour, and people pay it. I think that, and there's a few lots that charge $4 an hour, but we still are charging $2.50 an hour. So I would definitely consider it. And also, I've also been of the opinion, and I think it's very important to certainly get the views of the, businesses and residents, but I think it's very important for the city to remember, and for all of us to remember when we go anywhere, parking is a part of traveling. It's a part of your destination spot, wherever you want to go. And people have, I think that one of the reasons people have so readily appealed to the coinless, okay, is that they do it so much, and I don't think it's going to, I really do not feel that it's going to affect our people coming to the beach at all, or paying $2.75 an hour. I think where the problem is, and I think we all have to just consider it, and businesses and residents too, is that when the parking doesn't go up, it doesn't maybe threaten a business or a resident. We have to remember why the people want to come here, okay? If it's to the beach, if it's to the village, whatever. So I'm definitely would be on the side of increasing it.
I would agree, and I think when you're using a credit card, you're not even thinking as much about how much it costs, because you just stick in a card in there, and that's a good revenue stream.
I'd like to see further discussion on this. As Commissioner Andrews said, that Jones Pass Village, they're our main source of parking. I mean, they're the biggest revenue we have coming in. So I think it's fair to them to know that this is a possibility of raising the parking rate. And I think it is important that they are aware of it down there. So I would like to, maybe encourage them to come in and discuss this with us, and get their feelings about this. I just think it's fair, because like I said, they're our main source of parking.
I guess I do have to ask a question, if it's okay at this time. Why, John's Pass is not our source, it's not a source of, the revenue is wonderful from the parking meters, of course, but I guess I just didn't understand your comment, Commissioner Hodges.
It's just the fact that the biggest part of the parking revenue for the city comes in from John's Pass. So I feel like letting the merchants down there know, because this is going to affect them. If people decide they don't want to pay this fee, it's going to affect them. It's like a big circle. It's like a big circle all the way around, So I think it's just best to notify them and let them be aware of what the intentions are.
And occasionally, I don't mind telling you, occasionally I will ask Brian and some of the staff that works for him, particularly on weekends, what is it like down there? And it's almost at a point sometimes where people are waiting for other people to leave so that they can take their space. And, if people are leaving because of the parking rate or parking fee, then there's other people there waiting to take that. No one to our knowledge is calling us, complaining about the fee and how expensive it is. And if anything, like I said, we don't have enough lots where people can park. And there are cars that are just waiting there sometimes for people to leave. And, from that aspect, when you hear that on a weekend, that's assurance that you get a price right and people are coming here.
Madam Mayor, if I may, but I can tell you from personal experience, we're not getting the phone calls because the businesses are hearing the complaints. Because I've been out there and I've heard complaints and have business owners walk people to me to communicate the complaints. And so the business owners are that first line of defense and are hearing the heartburn that folks are having when they interact with the meters or the costs associated with that. One of the things I think if we are going to consider going up on the parking fee is certainly a conversation with the business community. But the other side of it is that the $15 million we're looking to acquire for infrastructure, well over probably about $500,000 will be set aside for purposes of making improvements to Johns Pass Village and the pedestrian and the shopper's experience. So that's something that's important to tout. We had the gentleman from associated with Al Carrier's firm that talked about creating that sense of place and all that. So monies are being secured by the city to reinvest in the experience in Johns Pass. So we have to make sure when we have that conversation, we say that, yes, there is an increase, but a good portion, if not more than $500,000, is looking to be invested in the overall experience and aesthetics over at Johns Pass Village.
You know, one thing I just want to point out while Nick's here, and Nick and I did talk about this, increasing the fees would allow us more collateral or increased collateral that we can use that can show banks, that banks would want for us to have as collateral. So the higher the money that we take in, the higher the fees, the higher that revenue stream, it just adds to the collateral and the attractiveness of financing institutions wanting to give us funding for the vehicles, lending vehicles that we outlined.
Any more discussion?
You know, first thing I think that we need to agree to go to the credit cards on June 1st. That was the first part of this conversation. So I think, you know, I think we need to agree to do that, you know, and the money it'll save there, you know, and the thing I think is a positive move. So I think we definitely need to just agree on that. On the increase, I'm not sure yet. I'm not 100% for the increase at this point. So, but I think we do need to go to the credit cards.
And we can bring back the increase at another time. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Floor is now open for public comment on this item. Floor is closed. Next item is registration, recreation registration software. Director Hatch.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The item I'm bringing in front of you is related to our registration software that the Recreation Department currently utilizes for activities, childcare, athletics, pretty much everything that we do down at the rec center. The current software that we have maintained and utilized since 2015 at the time was the low bid option, and it was the most affordable and recognizable option for the recreation center at the time. And as we have used it over the last 4 years, we've been considerably promised things to get us to the point where we would be able to utilize the software to process everything we do. So as it stands, we currently run our rec programs, such as our fitness classes and our after-school care and summer camp through this program. The finance portion of it. For the aftercare and summer camp portion, we utilize a separate attendance tracker software, and we have to make sure to transfer numbers manually from one system to the other. For our rentals and other activities, we still do those manually through Excel because the promises that we were given upon execution of this contract in 2015 have still not been delivered. The software company that we use has kicked the program to different sections of their company. So they're one of those companies that if somebody has something they like, they purchase it, and then they work on it. Well, they've now taken the software that we utilize to 4 separate development teams, and each one has a different vision and a different idea for it. So we have not received the promises or the concepts that we thought we would have to put everything into the one system. With that in mind, I did the research, compared our software with Civic Rec and Active Network, which were the two most comparable ones. There were some other options that were much higher and much more expensive price range that I wouldn't even consider bringing in front of you. And then all in all, we came down to the Civic Rep platform that became, first of all, the most affordable option and the most complete option. With that in mind, we would be able to process our after-school care, our rentals. We would be able to do our permitting process through this. And basically, we would eliminate the additional software that we don't have to use, and we'd have everything in one software. And also, we had to make sure that it was, one, affordable, and two, that it linked up with our current Munis software, which the financial office uses. So basically, had to check all the boxes and make sure that this was the right thing. With that in mind, it comes down to, if we were to make the commitment to purchase this software, the year one impact would be a $7,500 investment. $3,000 of that is the initial implementation fee. The $4,500 annual fee is a fee that would be perpetual throughout the year, or throughout the years that we utilize the software. And the way that adds up is the fee is equivalent to 1% of expected revenue from the rec center. So the only way the fee would go up in perpetual years would be us increasing revenue. So my goal is that fee increases every year so that we know our revenue is going up. But they have the right within their contract to audit us to make sure that we are charging the right fee. And if they audit our financial numbers, it's a lower fee that would go down, but it can also go up based on our revenue numbers. So essentially the initial purpose to bring this forward is just to clear that up and see if you guys had any questions. And then hopefully if we're in a comfortable position, then we'll move forward at the next meeting.
So this is $20,000 and we don't own the program?
No.
Well, you got $7,500, $450 annual fee, and $1,750, numbers add up to $20,000 over, recurring year 2 and 3 at $4,500, plus the one, so the way I add these numbers up to come up to $20,000 over the 4 years.
Currently, we pay $2,200 a year for the same thing.
$2,200?
$2,200.
Okay, but this is $20,000.
$20,000 over the course of
over 4 years. If you're paying $4,500 a year plus the $7,500 up front, that comes up to $20,000.
Okay.
So, and we don't even own the program, and they can come in and even increase it if our sales go up. If our revenue increases, then they can even increase the price. Am I misreading this, or?
No, if that's the way you're looking at it, then you are correct. What we're currently paying $2,200 a year for software that is inefficient and is not helping us get our job done.
But then we want to pay $20,000 and not even own the software, correct?
We don't own the software that we currently operate either. It's this, we would receive a license for the software, similar to what we do with Munis, similar to our graphics design software, similar to the parking meter software. It's a similar service. And the whole intention of this is to get everything that we do under one roof, and which we have now, but it doesn't work.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the Commissioner's point, the software we have in place is grossly inadequate and doesn't allow for recreation to maximize revenue generation opportunities. This particular tool would allow for someone to effectively book a room and see a digital display of how the room can be set for their event without having to interact with staff. In addition to, we have systems in place that we can offer online registration. One of the things that those that have recreation experience, we want to make sure any opportunity somebody wants to spend money on recreation services, we have the opportunity to capitalize on that. The system that we have that we pay $2,200 a month for or what have you is grossly inadequate, does not tie with our financial system, can't work within our website, and is at a state of obsolescence where staff has to literally acquire additional software and manually input data from the software. So it's at the point where it's just not functioning. And if we want to see that department generate additional revenue, they need to have a software tool to do it. If you look at some of the other more popular recreation softwares like the RecWare and RecTrack, you're talking about $100,000 for some of those. Director Hatch has also surveyed his peers, and everybody has something else. This particular software seems to capitalize and capture everything that we're looking to do here in the city of Madeira Beach versus the system we have in place. There is invariably dollars that are left unaccounted for because people have to talk to somebody to make a transaction versus them doing it at their leisure at their home on a computer. So this modernizes the way in which we interact with our patrons, can tell us how many people are in a class, the whole nine. It's light years ahead of where we are right now.
To clarify financially, if we were to execute this contract today, I have the money within our budget now to make the purchase. We've identified areas where we could make the savings, where it would benefit the programs that are going to utilize it. And looking at the budget next year, I've already placed it in there as an earmark that if we were to approve this, there would be no increase. We would just take money from different places that, again, we know that we would be causing efficiencies to pay for this. So
I
yes,
can
ma'am.
see where this is a good thing to have, I mean, and that we would need something like this, but I think we need to go out for a bidding process. That's my biggest problem.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Hello, Mr. Hatch. I lived this, so I can agree with what the city manager and Mr. Hatch are saying right now. When we first put the program that we currently have in place, we certainly wanted the big expensive program and the rec tracks, and we are paying minimal amount of money as far as what other recreation departments are paying for our software. We did this only because, and we did the current, and Jay, what's the name of the current system?
It's Tyler Parks.
Tyler Rec and Tex. And we got promised a whole lot, and our finance director at the time thought it would be able to implement and be able to tie into our current financial program. We were promised everything across the board, and frankly, it didn't ever come. But we also, at the time, we didn't know whether the rec center was going to make, or generate 50 cents in revenue or $420,000 in revenue. And the consistent growth, our software couldn't keep up with the growth that we experienced. This is, as far as numbers-wise, a great solution. If we're only paying, eventually, I mean, obviously, there's an annual fee, and there's the annual fee and the software license and the other additional things that we're talking about as far as virtual training. Once we're by that, though, I think this is just going to be dynamic, and I think you'll also see an increase in the rec revenue, and you'll also be able to take a lot of the hours that are being spent by what we're doing manually, we'll be able to do on this computerized system. So, frankly, you got my vote, man. It's well worth any dimes that we put into this thing, especially if we're not having to fork out $100,000 just to get cooking.
Discussion?
Jay, you said you already had the money in, is this thing working? That you still have, you have the money in the budget to take care of this?
Yes.
And, Madam Mayor, if I may, consistent with the competitive selection process, Director Hatch has gone out to different vendors, has surveyed his peers, and looked at our operation and has determined that this particular service provider meets the needs of what he's trying to accomplish and also ties into the financial system, if I'm not mistaken, which is a big thing because a lot of the other software systems don't tie into our financial system, and then that adds another manual process. So we have done some research, and he does have documentation with respect to conversations he's had with other prospective vendors, because he's been working on this probably for well over at least 6 months.
Yes. If y'all like to, on page 88 and 89, do you have that in front of you, or can you? I don't want to take too much time, but I can run through real quick just to give you all an idea of what this does versus what we currently do. So you should see the features and functionality section. Is that what everybody's looking at? Okay. So on the facility reservations, currently we do that manually. Somebody goes on our website, fills out an inquiry, we get the email, we call them back, and then we play phone tag back and forth until it's completed, processed, and done manually. Activity registration, we can do online, but the registration issues that we have on a constant basis deter people from doing that. So they come in and they sign a manual sheet, and we do it there. And then we have to spend time to put it in the system manually. Volunteer management is not something that we currently have in any software that we utilize, so that would be a new added benefit. Point of sale is not a current item that we don't really sell anything at the rec center point of sale wise, but if we were to run an event and we used iPads and we wanted to do beer vending or food vending, we could utilize this system. Citizen dashboard management, similar capabilities to what we currently have. Membership management is the same. League management, we currently use a free website that is not related to any of the other software, so it's an additional website that we have to go out and do the linking with. Ticketing, in the past, we've had to utilize third-party websites. We would be able to do that in-house. Surveys, we utilize the current survey program, but we would also be able to do this very targeted to participants in classes, activities, anything else. The email and text blast, that is a new feature that we don't currently have. The group permissions would allow us to do certain memberships, whether it's the rec center, resident, non-resident, offer special classes for our social clubs, things like that. Marketing and brochures is items that they're going to provide us if we were to sign up with this, and it would show people how to properly use the software. That is not something that was provided us with the current software we have. The reporting and financial accounting, 9 times out of 10 with our current software, I get an error if I try to run a report. This has over 100 canned reports, and it will save features specific to, if Commissioner Hodges said, hey, I'd love to see this report from the rec center, and I want to see this, and this, I could save it as Commissioner Hodges' report, and I could run it as often as I wanted to, and it would keep those features in there. The mobile ready, you cannot use our current site on your mobile phone, which is embarrassing, to be completely honest. And the hardware compatibility, we've used it on every single piece of electronics that I own personally. I've tested on everything I can. I've had other people log in and say, hey, is this, with different cities, is this something that you think would be good for us? And it gives us a lot of options and abilities that we do not have. So I'd appreciate the consideration. I know it would make us a heck of a lot more efficient. And to be totally honest, this kind of spurned from the conversations that came from the Marina audit. It kind of sent a red flag when we were talking about the Marina software. It made me take a deeper look at ours, and I thought, this is it. This could eliminate a lot of human error. And, in conversations with our yearly auditor, same thing. We'd be able to set everything we need in there and be able to not look back and do everything the right way. So.
And Madam Mayor and Commissioners, if I can just elaborate on that, to our auditor, when he came here, went down to the rec center and looked at their existing system that supposedly this will replace, and was not impressed at all. And he came back and wasn't impressed with the reporting or the reports that were coming off that, not the Tyler system, but the system that Jay uses internally that merges into Tyler. So clearly, it was the auditor who also indicated to me that something had to be done to replace that system down there that feeds into the Munis and Tyler system. So we did make that recommendation to me.
I'm for it, Jay. I think it's a good idea. And I feel like if you've got the money in the budget right now anyway, and you get this set up with the accuracy that it would do, it would put the money back into your budget. So you'd end up coming out ahead eventually. So I think it's a good idea.
And I'm certainly for all the checks and balances that we can make in all departments, but I did have one question, Jay, and you might have already addressed this. If the current system went in 2015, was it just their continual promises that we kept it? I mean, why did we keep it if it was so horrible all along, I guess?
To be honest,
4 years later.
The concern, because the reason we selected that, I came in just after the selection was made, so I was in on the training. And I was sold a bill of goods that was super exciting, and I was ready to go. And the okay, yeah, you'll be able to do this, you'll be able to do that. And my understanding was it was the government 3-bid process. We went with the cheapest option because it was $2,200 a year or $45,000.
Right.
Because there's, cities like Clearwater and St. Pete that use these amazing softwares that do a lot of this stuff, but they still have their issues.
Right.
So I've researched it probably every 6 months and looked for something, and then we actually ran into them at our recent conference, and I was impressed, but again, skeptical because I thought the price wouldn't add up. And this has been the most reasonable price. There are some additional fees that will be passed on to the user. They will not, there's any sort of credit card fee or transaction fee, the city will not pay. And that's the same thing we have now, so that doesn't affect the price, but it's just for, to get it out in the air.
And if it gives more responsibility and more balance and more cohesion to the entire process, including the accounting department, I'm certainly for it.
Well, I think we have a consensus to go forward then.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Hatch.
Right. Thank you.
Floor is open for public comment on this item. Floor is closed. And lastly, we have compensation and classification study results and funding strategies.
Madam Mayor, if I can have HR Coordinator Ms. Karen Polson to the staff table. Just to bring the board up to speed, we have concluded the analysis with regards to the compensation and classification study for the city of Madeira Beach. We engaged the firm Public Sector Professional Consultants, and we have the consultant here to share some information that's contained in the study. We looked at the comparable cities that the board supported, as well as other agencies that were considered arm's length transactions. There was positions that were surveyed throughout the organizations, and you will see that there is some definite areas for improvement with regards to our compensation. The board will have an opportunity to provide staff with some direction as to how you wish to proceed, whether you want to respond to market or do you want to lead the market. One of the things that staff has also looked at, and the finance director can provide perspective onto that as part of the discussion, is how do we effectively move forward and address some of the pay inequities in the system. Nothing is more detrimental to employee morale is when you do a compensation and classification study, you find out that a segment of your employee population is underpaid, and then you don't do anything swiftly to address that. And so staff is prepared to go ahead and address that and bring a solution to you at your first meeting in May. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Karen, and then she will walk us through with the consultant.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We'll try to keep this quick because I know it's been a long afternoon.
You need to talk into the microphone so we can hear you.
This is only my second time up here, so you gotta forgive me.
They don't want to hear me.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Try to keep this quick because I know it's been a long afternoon, and Bob just flew in from California, so he's probably a little bit tired too. His arms are tired. Joke, no. So back in December, we hired public sector personnel services to do a compensation study. We found them through Clearwater Beach because not Clearwater Beach, but the city of Clearwater was doing their compensation study at the same time. And Bob was able to take us on at the same time, do ours while he was still doing theirs. And we have our draft now. He's come up with some numbers and comparators. And I think it's important that we do act on that because once anyone sees these numbers, they're gonna want to know what we're gonna do about it. So, and this is Bob Longmire.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to kind of talk about the salary survey that we conducted. I thought maybe today I'd walk through some of the highlights, kind of the high-level overview of what the study is, maybe a little bit more importantly what the study is not, and then answer any questions that anybody has about the process or the findings, the results, and then maybe tee up a conversation about now what? And ultimately I think that that's where some of the more interesting conversations occur is, the market tends to be a little bit factual. It is what it is. It's statistical. It's numbers. How do we respond to those numbers? What's the policy? What do we want to be? What is kind of our organizational philosophy? That's, I think, where you guys can set the tone for the conversation, and then staff can go and implement and kind of work out how to make that a financial reality. So I thought today we'd just kind of review a little bit of those things. And then if you have any questions as we're going through this, definitely stop me, let me know. I think it's more fun to have a conversation than it is for me to talk about some of the studies just uninterrupted for a while. So if you have any questions, definitely pipe in and let me know. But as Karen mentioned, we're public sector personnel consultants. All we do is personnel consulting for the public sector. We're not very creative people. It's pretty self-explanatory. We've been around since the 70s. We have the chance to do maybe 30 or 40 of these studies a year. As mentioned, we're doing Clearwater right now, over in Sarasota as well, later in the week. So we do a lot of the work here in Florida, a lot of work in California and in Texas and all around the country. And it gives us the opportunity to see a lot of different locations, meet a lot of different folks, people who are kind of working through a lot of the different complexities of being a public sector agency in areas that have low unemployment or high cost of living, and how do we recruit and retain quality staff? How do we avoid being the training ground for the city next door? As soon as somebody gets their CDL, they're leaving us, right? These are all conversations we're very familiar with, and we kind of have all across the nation. And really our only objective and our only mission was to be an objective third party who gets it right, who answers the question, what is the going rate for this work out in the market? And provides a path to saying, here's what those rates are, and here's what it looks like. So the salary study, I think the overarching theme here is, we're looking at job descriptions and org charts and pay plans from different organizations here in the area to make recommendations to say, where are we? So when we talk about salary survey, it's important to distinguish between a sentence or a question of where are we and where do we want to be. A lot of times those two things get confused. And people say, well, the market rate is this, therefore we need to pay exactly that. Or we need to pay above it or below it, right? So the question of where are we is factual. It is what it is. You get to set the policy to say, now where do we want to be? How do we want to respond to this information? Now that we know what we know, what do we do with that information? So maybe let me start kind of high level. If I were to grossly oversimplify the entire process, and all of the comparators and all of the matches and all of the data points, I would say it as you are competitive for 47% of your jobs. If you're a glass half full kind of person, that's how you're going to say that sentence. If you're a glass half empty kind of person, you might say, well, we're behind for 53% of our jobs. So it just kind of depends on which lens you want to look at for that. And I have to say, kind of in my travels, that's pretty common. Usually when we're doing a salary survey, you find jobs that need to be that the going rate for those jobs is behind market. You find jobs that are at market, and you find jobs that are slightly ahead of market. So just a little bit of a technical note here. When we're talking about a salary survey, we're not talking about the people. We're talking about the salary minimum and the salary maximum, the range. How does your range compare to the market's range? Right down the middle at midpoint. How does your paper align with their paper? We'll talk about how we put people back into it here in a minute, but for right now, we're talking about what's the going rate for this work, what's the salary range minimum, what's the salary range maximum. When we put your salary ranges up against the market's salary ranges, about half the time, there were some positions that needed adjustment on paper to be competitive in the market. So this kind of turns into a seeing eye exam in the room. I'm sorry about that. That was unintentional. But here's another way to visualize that data as well. So I kind of wanted to be able to paint a picture of what that looks like. So you kind of see there, we broke this into 3 segments. Who's ahead of market, who's at market, who's behind market. So you can see as you're lower in this graph, you are behind market. If you're higher on this graph, you're above market. That's what the blue dots are. The blue dots are individual jobs that we surveyed out in the market. Then as you move from left to right, that's the midpoint of the jobs. So what's interesting and intriguing to me is as you go up the food chain, or I'm sorry to say this another way, you're more behind market at your entry-level jobs. It is how I would summarize what we're seeing here. As you go up the food chain, you tend to be more competitive. The jobs that are more entry-level, line staff, working, kind of some of those jobs tend to be more behind market. So the majority of the jobs that need improvement, the majority of the places where we're talking about spending money are those lower wage paying jobs. So here are a couple thoughts in that, right? So now that we know that, now that we have an idea, there's a couple options or a couple thoughts that we can do. Number one, I think what would make sense is to establish a new salary schedule. Right now, you have a salary schedule that has 6 ranges on it. It only has 6 choices. So if you imagine all of the jobs in the city, you know, most of they're falling onto something, and I only have 6 choices on where to put people. I want to design a new salary schedule that has more options. The more options that we have in responding to market, the more affordable fixing the problem becomes. If I have more choices, I can be more strategic. If I have more choices, I don't have to move jobs as far. And if I have more choices, it gives us the amount to have more flexibility. So a salary schedule with some more options on it will allow us to know what's the going rate for that work out in the market, then place that job onto the salary schedule. Now there's some benchmarks that we have. So, you know, if we went out and did a salary survey and we surveyed worker 1, worker 3, and supervisor, well, we know what to do with worker 2 because they're right in the middle of the ones we have data points with. We have data for the 1, we have data for the 3, tells us what to do with the 2. It's kind of right there in the middle. So based on that, we can place all the jobs onto that new salary schedule. Now, if you envision what's going on here, and let's pretend we have some jobs, and we take those salary ranges and we increase those ranges. What we've done as we've shifted those ranges is we've taken everybody and we've kind of squished them against the bottom of the range, right? We need to make sure we're at least paying people the minimum of that range. But if we shift everything, well, I don't know that we want to be paying the 1 year, the 5 year, and the 10-year person all the same thing at minimum. We don't want to have compression. You don't want to have somebody who's been here for 8 years, and then you go out and hire somebody new, and they're making the same rate. So now we're talking about we want to spread employees out through that new range. Once we place a job onto that salary schedule, now we can put people back into the exercise and move people through that range based on their time in position. So there's a couple thoughts in that as well. So here's an example of what that salary schedule would look like. As you can see, it just gives us some more options here. It gives us options to say, all right, if I have market data, should I put this job into a salary range 9 or a salary range 10? And it gives us a lot more flexibility to respond to market. So just for a visual and just a little bit of an idea, that's what a salary schedule looks like. You just have some more options to choose from. Now we're talking about, I want to kind of switch gears a little bit here, and I'll pause for a second. But now we're talking about what it looks like for each individual employee right now inside the city. So on the bottom line here on your x-axis is how long somebody has been in that job. On the y-axis, as you go up, is, yep, you got it right over there. As you go up, that becomes how far you're moving through the range. So if you're at the bottom of this, you are at the minimum of your range. If you're all the way at the top, you're at your maximum. So you can see you're doing right now, you're doing a really good job moving your employees from minimum to maximum. You're doing a good job moving people through those ranges in somewhere between 7 and 10 years. So there's a nice amount of, I got a laser pointer I can use? Yep. Awesome. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, so what we're talking about down here is, so if you're in this part of it, you're at the minimum of your range. And if you're up here, you're at the maximum of your range. As we go this way, you get more years in the job. So see, here's some people with 1 year's experience, 3, 5, 7 years in their job. And what we're noticing is a really good trend. This is what we like to see. We like to see that there's a lot of people who are in their positions who are working their way up to midpoint in 7 and 10 years. This is really good what you're doing right now. What this means is it gives us ability to fix the problems we found out in doing the market study, and it makes it more affordable. If you had everybody down here on this line, if you had everybody at the minimum, when we increase those minimums, things get much more expensive for you. So this was really good news as a result in what we found in the study. So you're doing a good job right now. Inside of that, I don't want to break what you're already doing by coming in and shifting all of the minimums, increasing all those minimums to be current with market, and then not move any of the people. Because now I caused compression, and now we're kind of undoing what you're doing, and we have now that 1 year, 5 year, and 7 year person all making the same thing. So this is a way of saying what we want to do is we want to leave you in as good of shape as we found you. We just want to make sure that you're paying a fair wage in relationship to market. Okay? Let me pause there real quick before we jump into maybe some of the next steps or some things that are going on. Any questions? I know I covered a lot of ground really quickly.
When you put these into ranges, is this strictly salary, or is it salary and benefits? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So we're looking at salary only. So the study was not a total compensation analysis that includes benefits or some of those other things. I think, kind of a couple things or a couple thoughts on that. We do a lot of total compensation analysis, and historically I've found that I've never stood in front of a room like this where someone's raised their hand and said, good, I want to spend more money on benefits. Right now, everyone's trying to find a way to afford the health benefits and afford all the premiums that they have. So a lot of the times that total compensation data never gets acted on. People are just looking at what the salary only is. And it also makes it a more affordable study to do and to implement when we're looking at the salary ranges only.
So if we're just strictly looking at the salary ranges and not the benefit package also, if these people that are down here, if we include the benefit, could be way up here, or it could be further down, either way.
Right. Yeah. So it becomes, and again, a little bit of an organizational philosophy. What do we care about? Do we care about the total compensation, or do we care about the person who's just looking to make their truck payment? Right? Because there's a point in time where the value of those benefits really sink in. Usually it's 2 kids, and about the time you're paying your copay where you figure out, oh man, I have something sweet going on here where I don't want to leave this job. And those are usually not at those lower range positions. So I guess all of that to say, what we were looking at here was strictly salary only. So just kind of reiterating some of the same thoughts, right? That salary survey, it tells us where we are, not necessarily where you should be. I think that's where your role comes in here, is to provide guidance to the administrative staff and also to us to say, how do we want to go and relate to market? And I'll show you an example of that here in a second. We want to move on to that new salary schedule. We want to place jobs onto the salary schedule based on the going market rate for that work. Then we want to move employees through their ranges based on their time in that position. So those are really the only variables. So what that looks like here, if I were to put some costs associated with that conversation, put some dollar amounts behind this, is we can start and have the same conversation in 2 different ways. Do we want to be at 100% of market, or do we want to lead the market and be 105% of market? That's kind of the first decision point. A couple philosophical conversations can surround that. I think it's perfectly appropriate to say, we want to go and pay what the going market rate is. We don't want to be above it. We don't want to be below it. We want to be at the market rate. We want to be a solid comparator in the pack. We also work with organizations who want to be 105% of market. They want to be 110% of market. They want to lead. They say, we are in an area that has a very low unemployment rate. The people who are unemployed now are very close to unemployable. We need to be offering a very competitive wage to attract people to come to work for our city. We have to be competitive. We need to lead the market, right? So those are some philosophical choices you could make. We also work with some agencies, and I'm not necessarily a fan of this policy, but we work with some places that just say, no, we want to be a training ground for the city next door. We're going to pay as absolute bare minimum as humanly possible to get somebody with a heartbeat in this job. They may make a mistake, but we're going to deal with whatever comes from paying people poorly. In case you can't tell by the way I phrased that question, I'm not really a fan of that option. But whatever choice you make, I think it helps to kind of know what that brings. So, whether you want to say we want to be at market, we want to be ahead of market, we can then talk about what to do in that. So the way to read this here for costs are, if we put people onto that new salary schedule, place them onto that salary schedule in relation to market, there are 17 employees who need to see an increase to be brought up to the minimum of their new range, and that costs $22,000 a year. Okay? So over a 12-month period, those 17 employees, give or take, are going to cost you $22,000 to be brought to the minimum of their new range. Now, that doesn't spread anybody out in that range. That leaves behind kind of that quote-unquote compression problem that I talked about earlier. So now, in addition to that, we can talk, how do we move people through the range? So there's a couple options here. We can move people at a rate to get to midpoint in 10 years. So you're currently more aggressive than this. Your current rate to midpoint is 7 years. But if for financial reasons we said, hey, we want to be a little bit more fiscally conservative, I want to be a little bit less aggressive in how I move my employees through the range, there's an option for that. There's also an option to say, let's put a cap on the amount of money that one individual employee would receive at this. We can write rules that say no employee would see more than a $6,000 a year increase as a result of the study. You can put a cap on it, again, for kind of financial reasons. So that's how you read these options here that are being presented, is to say there's really just two levers we're talking about. How do we relate to market? Do we want to pay at market? Do we want to pay ahead of market? Then, once we make that choice, how do we want to move people through the range? Do we want them to get them to midpoint in 10 years? Do we want to get them to midpoint in 7 years? And those are really the choices, and those are the dollar amounts that go along with those choices. Okay? Let me pause there again. Any questions on anything so far? So in here, just for visual representation, just because, I don't know, I like graphs in case that's not clear. Here's what it would look like to get to midpoint in 7 years, right? You see that nice, clean, consistent, smooth movement towards getting to midpoint in 10 years. Here's what it looks like, or to get to midpoint in 10 years. Here's what it looks like in 7 years. So you can kind of see as I flip back and forth, if I do this real quick, you can kind of visualize the differences between these two options. You're less aggressive if we get to midpoint in 10 years. We're less aggressive about moving these employees into their range. It doesn't change, no matter which option we pick. None of these employees here would see an increase as a result of the study. They're all being paid appropriately. They are all in the right ranges. We don't need to adjust them. We only need to adjust the employees who are in the lower end of the ranges. So you can kind of, as I flip back and forth between these, you can kind of see the visual differences between how aggressive do we want to be in moving to midpoint. And then the one note I would make is, you see how we now have room up here? Up top, we have room in our ranges. Beforehand, in your current picture, you have a lot more people who are maxed out. You have a lot more people who are in the upper level of their ranges. Because your ranges were lower in relation to market, in order to attract and retain quality staff, you had to pay them higher in their ranges. So you were kind of already responding to market. You were just doing it by paying people further into their ranges. This sets the ranges more appropriate to market and gives some of those employees the opportunity to earn in higher ranges. Okay, I'll pause there. Any questions? And big blank slide to end on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so the difference between 7 and 10 years, I think the way to think about it is We have a salary range minimum and a salary range maximum for a job, right? We'll start you at $10 an hour, and we will max you out at $15 an hour, just for easy math, okay? So the midpoint in that example that I was talking about would be $12.50. So if we hire you at $10 an hour, how long will it take us to get you to $12.50? Get you right down the middle of that range. How many years do you need to work here to get to the middle of that range? And the reason why we do that is we want to give room for you to hire new people. We don't want the 1 year, the 5 year, and the 10-year person all sitting on minimum. We want to see you using those ranges and moving people through them. So the question is a little bit philosophical and sometimes political, is how quick do we move employees to the midpoint? Industry standard, I'd tell you, is 7 years. If we can get people to the midpoint in 7 years, that's going to make sure that they are, when they look at what they're making and what they take home, and then they get a mailer or they see what the hiring rate at the city next door is, they're going to be above that hiring rate next door, and they're going to say, well, I'm making what I'm making. I don't need to go leave and work for another city. Getting people to midpoint helps get them over a lot of those hiring ranges of the other organizations. So, yeah, and now we're talking about salary administration. Inside of that, I want to see you moving your people faster than you're moving your ranges. If every year you move your ranges, then yes, midpoint will adjust every year. But there's going to be some years where you might want to keep those ranges stationary and move your people through those ranges. So the midpoint might not change year over year. Some years it might. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
But the problem is the people on the low end, the reason why we're doing this is the people on the low end of the scale, even though they're getting 4%, they're not, because they're earning so little, they're not keeping up.
People at the top end of the scale are getting that same 4%. That's where I'm.
But they're getting magnified more than the people on the bottom.
That's absolutely correct. So I'm trying to figure out where that midpoint comes to if we're giving everybody 4% every year.
Well,
We're doing that year in and year out.
the whole idea here is, and when you do a plan like this, you want to take care of those people on the bottom to take care of.
So if we give people on the bottom 4% and then people on the top 2%, is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, I'm in line what he's saying. I'm in line with what he's saying. You want to bring those people
At the bottom up, and I
that are at the.
understand that. That's not my contention. I understand that wholeheartedly. But if you keep moving everybody up, then you're never going to change.
But if you make an adjustment for these, I'm counting 16 people. If you make these 16 people and an adjustment for these 16 people,
But
and
they're
then,
still going to be at the bottom. If you take those 16 people and you raise them up to the mid-level, and then next year you give everybody in the city a 4% raise again, they're still at the bottom. It doesn't change.
no, the adjustment that you're giving them at this point in time is a correction.
Yeah.
And that correction, once they get that 4% of the cost of living, they're rising in proportion to those people at the top.
Madam Chair, if I may, right now, some positions are 17% below market. So even if we give them a 4% raise, they are still below market, and invariably for them to catch up takes a number of years, and by that time the market has then shifted again. So they never catch up unless you bring them up to that minimum and then address for compression. With regards to the and we have to also look at it, it's not the city of Madeira Beach that's competing against the city of Madeira Beach. It's city of Madeira Beach competing against all the other comparables that as they continue to move, or certain positions are going to demand more in the market and they're going to move a lot higher. If you look to hire an engineer, what they were at market 5 years ago and where they are today is profoundly different. So there is positions that move and shift.
I understand where you're coming from, but I guess what I'm looking at, I'm trying to get this whole picture, and I'm not understanding it because I don't know, with the cities that we compare against, like Clearwater, Treasure Island, whatever, are they given the same benefit package we're given? Are they given less? Are they giving more? You know, if they're giving a less benefit package, then we're higher than what we're showing on here. If they're giving more than we're giving, then we're lower than what we're showing on here. And that's what I don't, you know, I don't know where we're really at, because all I'm seeing is numbers of what they're taking home every week in their paycheck, not what their whole package is. And I think that's what we need to look at, is what our package is as compared to other cities of comparable.
But one of the things I can tell you is that to get somebody to apply for a job, nobody looks at what your health insurance benefit is. They're going to look at what pays the bills. And so if you wanted to do an overall compensation and classification study and then look at the entire benefits package, the reality is you may tell employees that we pay you $10 an hour, but it costs us $15 an hour to employ you. At the end of the day, that really doesn't matter to them.
You're right, they don't care, you're absolutely right. But for us sitting up here and for our budget, we need to care. That's where we need to care. That's our job to care, and his job as the finance guy to care. That's where I'm not seeing them.
But that again is the cost of doing business, because if we participate in a group health insurance with other government entities, chances are everybody is sharing the same cost for providing health services. So you're going to pay X amount of hundreds of dollars per month for health insurance, retirement, those types of things. But if we are going to attract and retain competent and capable individuals, if we say, well, we have an excellent health insurance plan and we have an excellent retirement plan, the workforce that we're trying to get with historically low unemployment rates, you're going to find yourself where you're that city that becomes the training ground for every other entity. And that's a policy decision as to where the board finds itself.
I guess I'm just having a hard time putting this whole picture together.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you mentioned, maybe if I can offer a thought that might help, when you're talking about the 4%, that's down the road, right? That's salary administration later on. This is not the process by which everyone gets a raise. This is not the process by which everybody gets the same thing. This is the process by which we go out and say, what's the going rate for this work, and strategically target positions that are behind market. So if your concern is that the people at the top are going to get the same as the people at the bottom, this is great for you, because that's not the case. This is the case by which the vast majority of the money is being spent on people at the bottom of the ranges and kind of the bottom of the salary schedule. So now going forward, if you wanted to make something to say, now that we have corrected our relationship to market, we're in the right spot now. We have the right ranges set. Now, how do we go and carry this out down the line? Then you can start to talk about, okay, do we want to do 4%? Do we want to do 3% here and 5% down here? Do we want to have different benefit packages? You know, then you can start to get a little bit strategic about what to do with it in the future. But for right now, until you have the right relationships to market, it's hard to administer a plan if it's not set up and structured properly initially.
So basically, let me see if I just understood what you said. If I'm making $8 an hour, he's making $7, and she's making $9. And that's a different city over there, and they're making 10, 11, and 12.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying to bring us three up to the 10, 11, and 12.
Right.
Is what you're
Yes,
coming
and then if your director is making $70,000 a year and that's appropriate, they're going to see nothing. Their salary is not going to go up at all, right? We're spending money where we need to relate to the market, and the vast majority of those are in the lower paying jobs. So it's not the process by which everybody gets something. It's not. It's not the process by which. It's not the tide that raises all boats.
You said I was correct what I just said with the 10, 11, 12, 7, 8, 9.
Right.
But like if next year, if we give a 4% and the next city gives 5%, then we're down bottom again.
Right. Yeah, no, and now that's the salary administration, and that was the conversation Karen and I were having earlier, and I'll tell you this all the time. I try to talk myself out of as much work as humanly possible. Spend your money on your people, not on me. What we leave behind, you can update, you can keep going, and you don't need to hire anybody to do this for at least 5 to 8 years. What you can do is if you call and ask all those comparators 2 questions. If you ask them, how much are you moving your ranges? How much are you moving your people through those ranges? You can keep pace with market. If you find out that they're giving their people 4% and they're moving their ranges by 2%, and you do the same thing, you can keep pace. If we leave you set up properly in relationship to market, which is what we're trying to do, you can then maintain that going forward. You're in the right setting, you're on the right footing, and now all you have to worry about is administration rather than competition and recruiting and retaining quality staff. And that makes it a little bit easier, right? When you're kind of on the right footing and you know you are, it helps address some of those problems.
Bob, I got a couple of questions for you. I put together a list of some other stuff, but one of the things I threw on there was, we have too many chiefs and not enough Indians here. And I think that your chart bears that out completely. We are very top-heavy in this city.
Yeah.
Compensation-wise, we're very top-heavy in this city.
I think that's the important note. We didn't do a classification study, so we didn't ask all the employees, what do you do? We didn't have them fill out questionnaires, so I can't really speak very much to, do you have too many chiefs? Because that...
I got you. And I think what I'm going with here is pretty simple. The turnover rate, to me, is alarming. 59.4%, and we're saying, oh, it's down to 30. That's terrible. That's 45% over the last 2 years, right? I mean, if I'm adding the numbers together, I mean, we're kind of running off here, and we've replaced these people with higher paid people, it looks like, as far as what we're seeing here. There's our issue, guys. Our issue isn't that we have to definitely look at the people that are underpaid here, but we're also overpaying for, we can chat all day long, I think, for less talent. And I think that's what's got to be addressed. So if we could change this all and not even spend $1. We could bring the people down who are up in higher salaries down, move the other people up, take his advice, and there we're at. Because we certainly didn't increase their benefit package, okay? We took away, and John, we don't want to get into a conversation where we're talking our benefits are better than other cities, because we totally screwed everybody on the health insurance, okay? Totally screwed everybody on the health insurance. But yeah, we're really top heavy, and that's our issue. But we got to take care of the people below, because frankly, they're the ones that do all the work. And I think I think we've just, this continual, would you have any turnover rate from the years prior to that, Bob, by any chance?
Not from inside of your city.
That's
I can
scary.
kind of I can give you anecdotal travels and in our experience kind of what those turnover rates and
Absolutely scary. And the training that goes in, every time you lose somebody, the training that you have to do to get that person up to speed again, that's a hidden cost. But oh my gosh, guys, that's the most alarming thing I saw in the thing. I got to be honest with you.
No, you're not wrong. Everywhere I go from here to, I was in California 2 weeks ago and outside of Seattle 4 weeks ago. And everybody is having that conversation. How do I recruit top talent? How do I get people who are intelligent, who can pass tests, who care about the quality of their work to provide services to my residents? How do we, in some ways, how do we redeem the image of working for the government and get people to come in and do this job and care about it the way the previous generations did? I mean, what you're saying, we see all over the nation.
I think it's really been important. I think it's excellent. I learned a lot from it. I think that too often, and I've always heard it throughout many, many years I had to smile when you said, do you want to be a training ground? Very often we have been, it's just pretty common knowledge, in our city. We have been a training ground and we've sent some good people other places. But I think what I've really gotten out of it, the most important thing I've gotten out of it is for so many years, every time we think about compensation, we always look at the total package, okay? And there really is, and you never will get to a point where you will be able to make a real comparison, benefits and salary. You just can't, because everybody does things a little bit different. And I know too often, I'm sure that I have gone to the total package thing, okay? As I'm sure most people have, when you're looking at the total thing. But I think what this has really taught me is the ranges, and I think it's excellent that we've had this presentation right before our budget period. You came at the right time.
I think your points are very well taken in terms of the higher and lower, but what I have an issue with is this was based on 8 comparative cities. And of those 8, 3 of them are huge. I mean, Pinellas Park is 52,000, Seminole is 18,000, St. Pete Beach is 10,000. The rest of them are around 4,000.
Right.
So I don't know how we can compare.
Yeah, so, maybe one of the ways to think about it is I'm more concerned that the job is the same than that the organization is the same. If we imagine you're one of those linemen, if you're one of those people who are kind of those entry-level workers, you could go be a worker at a larger organization. You could go be one of their 20 versus being one of the 4 here. And it doesn't necessarily change the nature of the work. Whether you're one of 4 or one of 20, I'm interested what's the going rate for that work. Now, as you get higher up in the food chain, then we got to be a little bit more sensitive to the size and the scope of the department. Is your director the same as their director? Well, maybe your director is more like their assistant director because they just have a much bigger, right? Then we got to get into a little bit more of the sensitivities as we go up the food chain. But certainly at those entry-level jobs, if people have to make a choice about which direction to commute, where can they not sell the house, not pull their kids out of school, drive in a different direction and do exactly the same thing? That's who we want to look at. Whether or not you're exactly the same as them, whether or not your tax base is the same as them, again, whether or not you even have the ability to pay like them. Those are all different questions. What the market is a little bit dry. What you want to do in relation to it is kind of another question. So if you wanted to say, we aren't as big as them, or we don't have the budget that they do, so we maybe can't afford to pay all the way at market, but maybe we can get to 99 or 98%, or maybe we can just go after these. How you want to respond to it, I think, is kind of entirely up to you and to those choices. But I think knowing what the going rate for that work is, you have to include some of the big players on the block who push around your numbers.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, we did bring the comparable cities and the cities that we were going to survey to the Board of Commissioners to ask for their blessing before we decided to go out with the study for the purposes to make sure that there was consensus from the board and to understand that those were the agencies that we conceivably thought were in an arm's length transaction that an employee would drive to seek gainful employment. So that's why you had some of those other cities that were considered part of the analysis.
So, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, if you just focused in on the 5% that we're falling behind, the annual 12-month cost impact would be for 16 people, and again, they're on the low end of the salary schedule, for a year impact to correct them for 1 year would be $20,182.43 for salary. The benefits would be $3,493. So for a total of $23,676, and for 1 year, you would correct 16 people at the low end of the salary schedule. That's not a significant amount to correct 16 people in 1 year. That's almost the cost of a very low-end position to correct those people.
And Madam Mayor, for the edification of the board and the public, we did take this item before the Civil Service Board, and they shared the same perspective that staff shared, that they believe moving folks up on the lower level to market and to also look at the provision that moves them through the range in 7 years, but with a cap not to exceed, I believe, that $6,000 mark. But they do recommend that we move forward with addressing this fiscal year because of the concern that, of course, now it is public consumption and public record that a good portion of your employees are not up to market, and we don't want to do anything to adversely impact morale, so we wanted to bring something before you with a funding strategy at your next regular meeting to address those positions.
And if you did this year, and 4 months involved, say you started this June 1st, the salary impact and the benefits, and again, you're correcting 16 people for 4 months, is $8,194. So for 4 months, 16 people, that's how much it's costing you to correct these people.
Yeah, you buy a lot of goodwill for that.
Mm-hmm. So it's not really, I guess, I'm indicating to you that we're taking care of people at the bottom, and that's how you do this. That's why you do a study like this. You want to pay the garbage, the guy who's collecting the garbage that's making $9, you want to protect him and take care of him. And to correct this and impact 16 people, this is not a significant number. It's not a significant cost.
No, I agree with you, Walt. I think I'd vote for that right now. You have no problem getting that past me. What I do want to see is I want to see top to bottom. I want to see from A to Z. I want to see where we're paying, and I want to see what the going rate is, and I want to see where we average out. That would be very important to me to see what we're doing as far as hiring and what our ranges look like. That will determine how we go forward. Because, I mean, obviously, if we wait 2 years, we're going to turn over the whole staff again, according to these numbers. So we might as well be in position for the future so we can be fiscally responsible, because we haven't been. We haven't been.
You know, when Karen posts a low-entry sanitation, public works person, we wait weeks, sometimes months, before we hear anything. We're generating a cost for that. No one's in that job. And a lot of times, and we talked about this, sometimes we have to hire a temp to come in and pay them $11, $12 where the previous person was making $9 or $10.
Right, but you're making my point for me that we're top heavy. We're top heavy. Our garbage men shouldn't be making $8, $9 an hour. The way they work, they should be making $15 an hour. Okay? And maybe someday we're going to be forced in Florida to go there. But that's why I want to see the whole package. I want to see exactly where we are and see how badly we're underpaying some of these people. And that's why our positions aren't getting filled, and we wouldn't have to go out and do the temp work, which costs us even more, and the turnover is killing us too. I mean, this is kind of a project we all got to look at.
Well, I think the first step to this, though, is to, guess I'm pretty much on board with it. The first step that we have to do is do exactly what our presenter and Walt actually brought through to my mind. You've got to bring the level up. You've got to bring that range to, you've got to bring it to a beginning point, or else you're never going to do anything. So I think that's where we should start, is bringing that range. Yeah.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, one of the things that, from a compensation strategy, I think the board should look at the beginning wages in some of our ranges. I don't think in this nature of the work that is being done by the employees here that nobody should be making under $10 an hour. We have some positions that start at $9.51 where you can go to McDonald's and probably make $12 an hour. And so those are things that as we refine exactly the direction that we go and bring you back an item for consideration, that we will look at what that impact would be, that, you know, positions, our bottom range starts at least $10 an hour.
This is the first, I think this is the first compensation study we have ever attempted to do with a professional organization, probably since the city has been established in 1947. So, yeah, because we've always tried to do it ourselves. And we've always tried to do it with a total package or a total, you know, like so many other people struggle through. So this has given me a lot more information, a lot more just good feeling about where we need to be. And I think we need to be at that 4-month, $8,000 range.
I think we have a consensus to go forward then?
Yes.
Correct? Correct?
We do.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for your time. Have a good rest of your night.
The floor is now open for public comment.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore Drive, Madeira Beach. I can't relate to any of the other low-level pay employees. I can relate to the people who pick up my garbage on Tuesdays and Thursdays and pick up my brush on Wednesdays. Those guys work their butt off and they care about the city. I've had the same ones on my street since I moved here. I know them by name, you know, always give them Christmas bonuses and other bonuses and stuff just because I just like the work they do. In the example, my three guys, they care about the city. If they drop something on the ground, they pick it up. If you look at the waste management people, and they're probably making more money, if crap blows out of the dump truck or out of the truck or out of the box, they could care less. It's going down the street. Our guys don't let that happen. So we need to keep those people happy and bring them up so that we retain these people. They deserve it, 100%. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, good. It's 7:18, the meeting is adjourned.